Ready, sir. Research, education, and police will handle quality motivated. The guidance influence from and investigate all things. If they but if people resources, as a fight from the future of India's security. The Security and Police Administration, the school is dedicated task force with trainers and ready to groom boys and girls who want to join this emerging area of research and investigation of the national security. Continuous professional learning and enriching the knowledge base and facet of emerging security needs. The online integrated platform brought the learning activities in any remote part of the country. Based on one the university as a public extension and outreach initiative. RRU offers modern classroom facilities, advanced laboratories and equipment, digital as well as physical adventure sports facilities, and good quality research. University NCC battalion resonates the quality job and security forces. Strategic languages, non-national and insights into defense and military history and nation. Often the question physical and mental fitness training is integrated in boys and girls. During the university's combination, one classroom
Okay, every day like कैसा रहता है? Last week से बहुत now election से भी ना कैसा रहता है? Routine work तो 15-20 आ गए 15-20 आ गए सर 2-3 बार कराए थे at 5 times I was पूरा उनका जो डेलीगेशन है उसको तो लास्ट 4-5 लास्ट वीक होता था would it be tough actually for the
I request everyone in the audience to be seated. Kindly switch off your mobile phones or put them in silent mode. We will be beginning the event shortly.
Yes, absolutely. Yes, 60%. The first program of this university was the PG diploma in political science. This began in the very first programs of the university as a whole. Continued to do scope programs. Some of the courses have been say it's not taken session efficiency particularly because ethics dominated by those cases and all this had a background of forensics. We celebrated the golden age of Indian society from so we got a lot of papers inside. Yeah, so which were the other listeners and so I think my intention they didn't have this up to this depending on the performance within the university. So this were and Gujarat is correct. No, sure. Physical education school also. All of the and social counseling. It's pretty good at the same today. Some course so good to sure. Look, so I'm actually to provide you to all the sessions. Plus, this big one year. They go through a very rigorous
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I, Dr. Aparna Verma from the School of Internal Security, Defense and Strategic Studies at Rashtriya Raksha University, extend a very warm welcome to all the esteemed guests, distinguished panelists, honorable dignitaries, and students in the audience to the Intellectual Property Rights Conclave on National Security Innovations. It is a groundbreaking initiative by the Directorate of Indigenization, Innovation and Startups at Rashtriya Raksha University, an institution of national importance. The significance of the conclave is evident when we look at how the rapid changes in technologies associated with national security bring with them the realization of Atmanirbharta as well as a host of issues related to intellectual property rights. As an institution dedicated to the scientific inquiry, innovation, and academics therein, Rashtriya Raksha University has been striding towards a journey of filing for patents within the domain of artificial intelligence and machine learning vis-a-vis the national security of our country. Today, all of us have gathered to unpack the intersection of technology, IPR ecosystem, and how they interplay with national security. We welcome the dignitaries on the dais. Dr. Anand Kumar Tripathi, Pro Vice Chancellor, University Dean Dr. Akshat Mehta. Joining them on the dais, we have Shri M. Nagarajan, Commissioner, Higher Education, Government of Gujarat, Professor B. Koteshwara Rao Nayak, Dr. Vijay Kumar Sahu, Head, TISC and IPSC NRDC, Government of India. I now request our Pro Vice Chancellor, Dr. Anand Kumar Tripathi, to kindly present the mementos. I request Shri M. Nagarajan, IAS Commissioner, Higher Education, Government of Gujarat. A huge round of applause. Professor B. Koteshwara Rao Nayak, Director, Incubation Foundation for Innovation and Entrepreneurship, National Institute of Industrial Engineering. A huge round of applause. Dr. Vijay Kumar Sahu, Head, NRDC, Government of India. Thank you, sir. May I request the University Dean, Dr. Akshat Mehta, to deliver the opening address.
Thank you, Dr. Aparna. A very good morning to one and all. Respected Pro Vice Chancellor, sir, Nagarajan, sir, Koteshwar Rao, sir, Sahu, sir, Namita ji, who's joining us online, as well as Sagar Shawni ji, my distinguished colleagues out here, and dear friends, and the future of intellectual property rights in the country. Just a short while ago, I was having a word with Colonel Nidish Bhatnagar, and I was saying probably the entire idea of having an IPR conclave is aimed at all of you who are out there. I did make a very slight comment about the age out here, that many of us would would have done whatever we were supposed to do at one point of time. The hope, the possibilities, the potential which you have in order to contribute towards the entire idea for which RRU and SSIP have joined hands together to have this kind of an IPR conclave is tremendous. What we call is as a pluripotentiality, which each one of you right now has within you in order to be tied up with this kind of a very, very important and pertinent theme of IPR conclave. I must compliment my colleagues out there in the team SASTRA and SSIP, Nidish Bhatnagar, Ajay Rajawala and the entire team out here for planning this kind of a conclave. I do remember meeting Sahu sir and Rastogi sir a few days ago on the side of the sidelines of Defense Expo, and we were discussing what RRU and NRDC can also do together. I think, within the shortest possible period of time, we have been in a position to create an opportunity of thinking in terms of walking the talk. I must thank you, sir, for taking your time out and being here this day. Nagarajan sir is our own, so many a times in our welcoming remarks or opening remarks, we are not as generous as we should be. His contribution towards providing us with the right kind of support from the government of Gujarat is something which is unparalleled. And his contribution in terms of administration is also something which the entire nation is proud of. And we were just discussing about his initiatives taken in terms of Adarsh Gram, the model village concept as such, which is now being emulated and replicated at the national level. So on that ground also, sir, a huge round of applause. He has also made one very, very conscious and correct decision of being associated with Rashtriya Raksha University for pursuing his doctoral degree. So I think RRU also deserves a round of applause for those terms. It's a privilege, as I said, to have Rashtriya Rao sir also amongst us. The field, the domain of innovation is something we all can learn a lot. Sirs and ma'am, we have had a journey of almost 12 years now as a university. We were earlier in a different kind of an avatar, catering to a different domain as far as our geographical jurisdiction was concerned. But as you all are aware, in the last 2 years particularly, with effect from 1st of October 2020, when we became an institution of national importance and we became national, our entire nature and scope has undergone a massive transformation. The different domains which we were trying to link up as far as security is concerned have graduated on from internal security being seen from a one kind of an perspective to looking into a larger national security perspective, trying to have several interlinkages being established as far as internal security and external security is concerned, looking into, a lot of law, legal related aspects, including how intellectual property rights can contribute as far as national security and national security innovations are concerned. I think it's very, very pertinent for a nation of our proportions to be continuously learning about the entire IPR architecture, and after learning about the same, trying to look towards contributing in terms of becoming a global superpower in terms of innovations and intellectual property right is also concerned. I think with the right kind of support coming to us from Government of Gujarat, Government of India, from the who's who as far as the innovation domain in the nation is concerned, Dr. Mohit Gambhir being one in that pertinent important list as such. We as a university can learn a lot. We, irrespective of whichever school we come from, we can contribute a lot to that dimension. A few minutes ago, Sabu sir was mentioning that NRDC would look forward to supporting all intellectual property rights related aspects of this university. I think that speaks about the kind of expectation as well as trust which people in the country are right now having towards us. The very nomenclature of Rashtriya Raksha University has created a lot of buzz around the country.
every person feels so much associated with the concept of Rashtriya Raksha University. Anyone associated with contributing towards India's growth as far as national security is concerned wishes to have some kind of a collaboration with us. Just for the information of the dignitaries present here and those joining through virtual mode, we do have now MOUs and tie-ups, many of them very much operational tie-ups with entire security architecture of the country, all defense forces, all central armed police forces, central police organizations, state police organizations, one after another. We are having one or the other kind of a collaboration. This university sitting here has started being associated with NSG and Manesar, with Arunachal Pradesh police far away, with Indian Air Force, with Army Training Command, with the Naval Setup as such, with the Central Bureau of Investigation, with Border Security Force. This month we will be having an MOU looking into their entire set of training programs, which they offer through their Deccanpur and other academies as such. So is the case with CRPF and whatnot. Just to touch upon another set of discussions a few days ago, we were looking into some specific issues and challenges which security organizations in this country have been facing. They are looking for some solutions. Through the support system which can emerge from the huge laboratory setup of CSIR and those kind of organizations around the country, we would be in a position to really learn a lot. I do remember having read about the great contributions of one of the eminent scientists of this country, M.S. Swaminathan sir, where he specifically talked about that many a times there are loose linkages or lack of linkages between. He obviously talked about agricultural sector and that domain, an area which is very dear to Nagarajan sir. The lab to land linkages in this country have been for some years missing or being very loosely created. Similarly, the land does not know what lab is doing and vice versa. Land to land linkages are also missing many times because of a variety of reasons. Courtesy conclaves like IPR, courtesy the presence of people from the innovation dimension, from NRDC, from the eminence of higher education out here, and who's who as far as intellectual property domain is concerned. I do hope that several of these loose linkages, if any, or the lack of linkages, if any, in any kind of a domain can be really bridged upon. So a conclave of this nature through this kind of a setting has the potential to really overcome the kind of limitations and constraints which this nation might have come across because of lack of understanding about what actually it means to be going for an IPR. Many of us are well versed with the physical property as such, but when it comes to the intellectual side of the property, the kind of rights and obligations which comes attached to that is something on which we need more understanding, and who better than the kind of resource persons which the organizers have been able to somehow arrange. I do not know how it is possible, but thanks to the efforts being made by SIIP out there and SSTRA team, I must really compliment you for having these great resource persons with impeccable credentials and a huge experience to boast of in the domain of innovation and intellectual property rights are here. It's a privilege for Rashtriya Raksha University, and on behalf of our Vice Chancellor, Professor Dr. Bimalan Patel, I am once again thankful to all the resource persons for having taken their time out and being part of this IPR conclave. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, sir. Your words are like a guiding light for all our inquisitive minds. Surely we will get to learn more in detail about the major issues you've highlighted in your speech. I would now like to welcome our first speaker for the day, Shri M. Nagarajan, IAS, Commissioner, Higher Education, Government of Gujarat, to throw light upon linking IP with innovations. A huge round of applause.
Very warm good morning to all. Respected Honorable Vice Chancellor Dr. Bimalan Patel, Pro-Vice Chancellor Tripathi Saab, Dr. Akshay Mehta, Dr. Rao, Dr. Sahu, Colonel Nitish Bhatnagar, Dr. Priyanka Sharma, Dr. Soni, and eminent dignitaries joined online, Ms. Namita, Mr. Shonik, and Mohit Gambhir, who is also expected to join today, and my young friends and team from SASTRA. Thank you very much for having me here. I'm really excited because this conclave has given me 3 reasons to be very much enthusiastic. One is that we are going to talk about national security. I mean, not just talk about, but do some real work. So everyone is talking about national security all the time in all the forums, but I feel that this is a forum with a difference. Second is that we are talking about intellectual property, which is forming the base for this new knowledge economy. All that is happening in the world today is starting from the base of some knowledge, some IP. And we are able to interact and share this knowledge with the students. Especially RRU is becoming a melting pot of ideas, thoughts, and interactions. And this journey has just started. I'm very bullish about future of Rashtriya Raksha University. I've seen the Raksha Shakti University days, and every year this university is making progress, not just in terms of physical facilities in the campus, not just in terms of offerings in the courses, but also in the qualitative interactions that is happening within the campus and with other entities across the country. Today, I can say that this university provides a platform which no other university can boast of in this country, especially with reference to internal and national security. They are opening doors for the industry, academia, and government to come together and discuss something. And even in government, we have all the different entities, state government, central government. This university provides the connect. Even in the defense forces, starting from military to paramilitary, to central police organizations, to state police, this entire spectrum is covered. Same way in the academia, we are having law, technology, and the society part connected together. I can say that this university is started to serve as a master USB hub where everyone can have a plug and play model, with SASTRA becoming part of the student startup and innovation policy of state government. We are having a very strong connect with the local innovation ecosystem. Friends, my journey of startup and innovation also started in these recent years. 3-4 years back, I also got hooked to this idea of what is new happening in this country. And I got some knowledge or learnings about how this innovation is happening. Normally, when we are talking about university, we are talking about research to bring in some novelty. Research means novelty. Something new should be there in your research, which is not there in the body of knowledge. So that is what I understood as research, the addition to a body of knowledge that is academically recognized. So a lot of people started doing research and something different they brought in. So bringing something different was the criteria for innovation. Then this new thing emerged that whatever we bring something, it should also have some application. It should also solve some problem, not just novelty, but solving a problem. Then it became innovation. Okay, you can find something which can solve a problem, then that is an innovation. Say you have a aid for a blind person, some agricultural implementation, like that in any technology or sector, you can do some innovation. So from research, we moved on to a wider spectrum of innovation. Then after innovation, it becomes whether that innovation can be packaged into a product or service. Because ultimately what you innovate, if you keep it in a shelf, if you keep it in a locker, it's not going to be useful. It has to come to the stakeholder who is going to use it. So unless it reaches a final end user, your innovation is not going to have the full value of it. First is having an academic value, second is having a problem solving value, and third is having the utility to someone, some stakeholder, some target audience, some target customer. And then when you find a target audience customer, whether your product or service will be able to be sustainable over a period of time, it can be sustainable only when it is viable economically. So then we come to the market, where your product should be able to sustain in the market also. Whether it is cost is also there, whether you are able to provide the service and also extract revenue out of it and then sustain your product or service, that became the startup. That is what now this entire country is moving towards, and we are having this movement for youth empowerment through startups. 10-15 years ago, if somebody asked me what is the best job in the world to do, I would say IAS. That is why I chose IAS, that it is one of the best platforms to do something of value to the society and also get the best career. Now, if somebody asks me what is the best thing to do, there are so many things you can do, but being an entrepreneur and trying to solve a problem that this country faces, that can change the life of 1 billion people, then that is the best thing to do. Because for this current generation, that is the biggest challenge and also that is the biggest opportunity. I can tell you a lot of examples. For example, there is a platform called Apna, where they are giving a LinkedIn-like platform for finding jobs for blue-collar workers. So they provide an interview platform. So if you are a carpenter, if you are a security guard, if you are a any service providing person, you can have an interview for a job. It's not for 1 day or 2 days, but a job, regular job. And they have conducted 10 crore interviews in a short span of time. Now it is an unicorn. And it was started by somebody like you from Gujarat. And now they have expanded to all across India and even South Asian countries. If you are able to solve such kind of a problem where you are making an impact on crores and crores of people, then that is a big thing, big opportunity to pursue. And all these things will be based on some research or innovation and how that research or innovation can be protected. In 2020, when we were faced with this pandemic, the entire academic system was locked down. And the startup and innovation movement was starting out. So we launched a capacity building training program with, of course, NRDC and Government of India, CPAM. And we did a mass course for professors and faculties. What happened with that was the awareness that was created about IP creation, intellectual property creation, and also the protection, how you do a patent, copyright, and that protection, how it can enable the innovation movement. Now, in Gujarat, we have faculty in every college who will be able to guide students like you who has an idea to how to check that idea, how to vet the idea, how to make it into a patent, and how to apply for a patent and get the patent on your name. And then with that innovation, you build your product or service, and then you can even go to the market and make a difference in the society and become an entrepreneur. So this journey of mind to market can be facilitated only with this protection of IPR. This is the international framework. If you are having IP in this country, you need to, if your product is applicable for the world, you need to go for that protection. So not just having an idea is not going to make a difference, but how you protect it within this system is very, very important knowledge. And this is not just for law students, this is not just for technology. It is applicable for any sector and domain. Wherever there is some idea that can be done, that can be created and then protected. So naturally, when we had this discussion, I asked one of the very eminent faculty from renowned faculty in the question and answer session. So if somebody has an idea, it can be the best idea. What should I do immediately? They said, if your idea is good, don't tell to anyone. First, go to patent office and file it. Don't even share here and there. If your idea is so much valuable, first go to patent office and file it. That is the importance of this. If Larry Page, and Sergi Brin did not patent their idea, there will be no Google today. All the big MNCs, IBM, all the big corporations like Infosys, Ericsson, Nokia, all fight for only IP rights because everyone is using somebody's product or service and there is a dispute about who owns that right. Today we are using this Wi-Fi camera network, 4G, 5G. All this is based on IP. Billions of dollars of business is created with that one idea which has been protected, or billions are lost with that one idea which was not protected. It is very surprising to know that if I have one of the best idea and I share in this forum that we can do like this, and it is now public knowledge, now I cannot protect it. It is very surprising for me when I learned it. दिमाग में बत्ती जल गया, ये ऐसा भी हो सकता है. You tell me. हम काफी पीते पीते चाय पीते पीते कैंटीन में बोल देंगे यार ऐसा कर सकता हूँ. आप बोलते रहिए, आपका फ्रेंड जाके उसको पैटर्न भी कर सकता है. So today's competitive world is so much that your research idea, your business idea, if you want to make it a success, first you need to know how to protect it. And of course, in national security, everything is confidential. Then our idea is far more valuable for us. And we should be able to know how to protect our idea and then get it implemented. And I am very glad that RRU is emerging as that sandbox where everyone can come together and work on their ideas in a very safe and secure and confidential environment, and then take it to the practice through all the collaborations that this university is providing. And when we are talking about these ideas, one more thing that I want you all to remember is always start with a problem statement. Start with something that the world already wants. Start with something that the nation already wants. I'm sure that Sastra is having a lot of problem statements which are worth solving. Instead of finding a solution and then searching for a problem, where I can put my solution, it's better to apply your mind from a problem statement. That is why hackathons and all these competitions, idea competitions are there to provide you a problem statement that is real and solvable. So in research, first question is, what is the problem? Same way in innovation, what is your problem statement? Recently in government of Gujarat, we have published 775 problem statements from government departments, from industries, from private sector also, and that is available on the website of IHub, which is our incubator for education department. And under SSIP, we will be conducting joint collaborations, especially in defense with RRU also. And I look forward to multidisciplinary teams coming from Raksha University, where people from law, technology, and expertise, different expertise come together and bring a holistic team to solve the problem. And then, of course, protect it with IPR and deploy it in the national security. I wish this conclave a grand success and congratulate all the organizers for bringing this together. And I look forward to having more such interactions and programs in this university. Thank you very much for making.
Thank you, sir, for your enlightening words. I now request and invite Mr. Ajay Rajawat, Director, the Directorate of Indigenization, Innovation and Startups, for his address.
Good morning, all. So, thank you for all the guests being here, especially Sahu sir, Kodeshwar sir, and Nagarajan sir, to actually make this particular event more happening in terms of IP. So, gentlemen, when we conceptualized this IPR conclave, the only motive that we were having in our mind was to educate you and to give you some glimpse of intellectual property from national security domain. Till now, whatever we are reading, whatever we are writing on papers to examinations or something else, we are not yet protecting it. So this is just the first step by university to tell you like what is the importance of the IP. And I'm really thankful to all the guests coming way down from Visakhapatnam, Sahu sir, Kodeshwar Roy sir, and Dr. Mohit Gambhir, that's my guru from Ministry of Education, joining us online from the United States. Namita ma'am and Shagat Sonik sir. So gentlemen, this particular session is not just a lecture that we are going to give and we are going to take notes of it and just forget it. Eventually, like I'm looking forward to have few footsteps in Sastra building after this session. That sir, I have got this idea, and I think it is novel in nature. Can I test it? After that, we have inducted innovation management tool in Sastra. Thanks to Dr. Namita Mittal for that they gave us the subscription for free. And we can actually check the novelty of the idea, that the idea that is coming in our mind is actually novel or not. सिंपल भाषा में कहूँ तो जो भी आपने अभी तक पढ़ा सीखा, अब उसको इम्प्लीमेंट करने की बारी है. हम एक ऐसे संस्थान के अंदर हैं जिसके अंदर राष्ट्रीय सुरक्षा को लेके दबाव दिया जाता है पढ़ाई पे भी और प्रैक्टिकल पे. तो क्यों ना उस प्रैक्टिकल को लेके एक ऐसी शेप दी जाए जिसे हम कह सकें कि इसे भारत ने बनाया है और भारत ने बनाया है. कंसिस्टेंटली उस डायरेक्शन पे वर्क करते हुए एक डिपार्टमेंट हमारे पास ऐसा भी है जहाँ पे आप लोगों के फुटस्टेप्स थोड़े नहीं गिरते हैं बिकॉज ऑफ द डिस्टेंस. लेकिन हाँ, इस सेशन के बाद मैं ये अपेक्षा करूंगा कि आप लोग का एक्टिव पार्टिसिपेशन उस चीज में रहे और ये कॉन्क्लेव का सक्सेस रेशियो और सक्सेस आउटकम मैं जब भी मानूंगा जब मुझे कुछ एप्लीकेशंस आए और मैं बात कर पाऊँ नमिता मैम के पास और साहू सर के पास. So with that, I would like to close my address and I would like to request you all to listen carefully because जो certificates हम लोग यहाँ पे दे रहे हैं, it is not just a certificate that you can easily download it. There are 10 questions that you have to answer based on this particular session. Then only you will be able to get your certificate. Thank you all.
I now request Dr. Mohit Gambhir to present his views. Dr. Mohit Gambhir is the Director of Innovations at the Ministry of Education's Innovation Cell for Government of India. He has been spearheading several crucial initiatives by the Government of India, such as ASEAN India Hackathon, UNESCO Hackathon, Smart India Hackathon, to name a few. No doubt, he is often called the Hackathon Man of India. Having contributed to establishing innovation councils in more than 2,500 institutions across India, Dr. Gambhir, with his in-depth global experience, will be elucidating on the international IPR landscape and what that entails for dimensions of national security. Sir.
Thank you so much, and it is indeed a pleasure to join from US and along with my friends, my peers, Dr. Nagarajan, I can see Dr. Sahu, Vice Chancellor Dr. Rao Saab, and Sagat ji, Namita out there, and all the luminaries out there, and the audiences जो मुझे सुन पा रहे हैं. I believe there cannot be. I'm getting my own echo. There is something can be stopped. Hello? Yeah. Am I audible? Great. So looking forward, and I believe the topic Ajay was sharing with me, he said, sir, international landscape बताना है आपको. तो मैंने कहा यार नहीं, हम national security और indigenization इन सब की हम बातें कर रहे हैं, तो international तो छोड़ो, पहले घर में झाकेंगे. Now the point is, coming to this, and I was hearing Nagarajan Saab, and what happened just few days ago, I happened to meet Catherine Koo, the lady who was heading Stanford's IP department when Eric and Larry, they were like moving for filing Google stuff. Then there are other things, and she shared couple of like things with me, and she became nostalgic as well. And the story was like, it is great to hear from the person herself who was involved deeply into all these things, and the university which laid the foundation of so many big things out there in the in the universe, I would say, not in the at the global level as well. What happened? She shared that when both the guys, they reached to the IP office, they were working on something. They wrote some, but this Google's algorithm search. It was their master's thesis, and they were working on it. They approached that we need to do something out of this, and we need to file a patent application. सो जस्ट मार्क माई वर्ड्स, मेरे शब्दों पे ध्यान दीजिएगा, जो बच्चे स्टूडेंट्स जो बैठे हैं, मैं जो बता रहा हूँ, मैं जो कहने जा रहा हूँ, मैंने अभी तक ये नहीं बोला कि कोई फैकल्टी गई थी, कोई टीचर गया था, कोई प्रोफेसर गया था. What I said, students approached IPR cell, and both of them, the founders, they were there. They were so adamant कि we need to file an application. IP office said, it is a mere software program. It's a kind of searching thing. What beautiful you are doing. Nothing. You are not doing something astonishing, something extraordinary. There is a patent cannot be filed, in plain words. Anyways, and the project they were working on, indexing books in the library and getting them searched in a very rapid manner, in a quicker mode, like earlier how it used to be searched for. They were developing that. It was their master's project, right? Year somewhere around 96, 7, whatsoever, I believe, somewhere around that. हम लोगों ने भी बीटेक किया था. हम लोग भी यहाँ पे जाके ऐसे कुछ अगर बोलते थे, बहुत सारी सर्चेस, बाइनरी सर्च, ये सर्च, फलानी सर्च, हम भी पढ़ते थे. मुझे आज भी याद है, हम भी नोटबुक के पीछे फ्लिकर करते थे, एंड वी यूज टू कम अप विद इसका टाइम कैसे कम करेंगे, इसकी कम्प्लेक्सिटी कैसे घटाएंगे, है ना. उसके ऊपर बहुत बड़ी आयरनी ये होती थी, अगर हम किसी प्रोफेसर को जाके बोले कि सर हमने इसका OX और इसका log Y कुछ कम करने की कोशिश कर रहे थे, तो अपनी किताबों में ध्यान लगाओ, दाएं बाएं देखने की कोई जरूरत नहीं है, राइट. नाउ द थिंग इज, even in that indexing project, what has happened? They were adamant that yes, our searching results are coming up pretty quick. IP office again came back, नहीं, it is not patentable, नहीं हो सकता है. चलता रहा. 5 months, 6 months after, even a year after it happened, again these guys went. They were very adamant again that please, for the sake of it, file an application. We are in talks with somebody. Somebody is coming up to invest in the company we are trying to form. So being master's student here, just file our application. Okay. Somehow it was filed, but one of the founder was not keen on taking the investment. What has happened? The investment was coming in like 100,000, and that guy was, no, I need $1 million. It's okay. Patent was filed. IP was filed. It was going on its course. Next, they moved out. Searching was being done. Google was getting popular slowly and gradually. I'll not name the company. Another huge company at that time, huge company. They approached Google. They said, we are ready to take you over, because Google was not, getting through at a pace. That company offered some X. Again, that founder said, no, I need 10X. Moved on. Another company, they came in. They said, we are offering you 20. They said, no, I need 100X. ये खेल चलता रहा. पेटेंट्स फाइल होते रहे. गूगल में जो इन्वेस्टमेंट्स आई, वो टर्म्स पे आई, ऑल बिकॉज ऑफ IP. एंड अल्टीमेटली जो स्टैनफोर्ड यूनिवर्सिटी जो शुरू में कह रही थी कि नहीं हम इसका नहीं फाइल करेंगे, कोई जरूरत नहीं है, इट इज जस्ट अ कॉमन थिंग, दे रिसीव्ड, आई एम रिपीटिंग, दे रिसीव्ड few billion dollars as in a licensing fee from Google to hand over the algorithm those kids wrote during their master project. Billions of dollars. Story never ended here. This was one. Another guy, he simply made one kind of analytics tool which said, he approached again patent office of the university. He said, just file for the sake of it. Again, investment is coming in. Just file for the sake of it, because I need to present it to some people. After a lot of adamancy and the software patent aspect, because in India we do play along these software patents, and generally आप लोगों को ये बताया जाता है कि भाई सॉफ्टवेयर है तो पैटेंट नहीं हो सकता है. ये एक स्टैंडर्ड हम लोग बहुत जो IP अटर्नीज होते हैं लैंग्वेज यूज करते हैं. हमारे लॉ की कुछ रेगुलेशंस भी ऐसी है, बट US में देयर इज अगेन, एंड मे बी अदर IP एक्सपर्ट्स लाइक Namita sitting here, she may be able to tell you more. There are ways to get around that. So now what happened? फिर से वही स्टोरी शुरू हुई और ऐसी अनगिनत स्टोरी। तो कैथी शेयर्ड, कहते मोहित यू नो व्हाट हैपेंड, लर्निंग फ्रॉम गूगल वी सेड ओके चलो कुछ हेल्प करते हैं, जल्दी पेटेंट फाइल कर देते हैं, है ना। फाइल कर दिया, सब हो गया विद अ रिजर्वेशन कि देखते हैं क्या हो सकता है क्या नहीं हो सकता है। टैब्ल्यू बॉन्ड, टैब्ल्यू टुक बर्थ। आपको पता है टैब्ल्यू आज कितने कितने बिलियन डॉलर की कंपनी है। और मजे की बात, लगभग 90 इन्वेस्टर्स ऐसे थे, मोर देन 90 इन्वेस्टर्स, जिन्होंने इन्वेस्टमेंट ही नहीं दी थी। क्यों? क्योंकि ये सब एक तो छोटा सा प्रेजेंटेशन टूल है, एनालिटिक्स करता है, क्या ही करता है, कुछ भी नहीं है, ग्राफ्स व्राफ्स बनाता है। सो द पॉइंट ऑफ शेयरिंग दीज टू थिंग्स विद यू पीपल, मैंने इंटरनेशनलाइजेशन कर दिया, बट नाउ कमिंग टू इंडिजनाइजेशन पार्ट। हम लोगों के आसपास इतनी सारी चीजें मौजूद हैं, इतने सारे सराउंडिंग्स, जो हमारी पूरी सराउंडिंग्स, हमारा जो वातावरण है, जब तक हम उसमें अपना क्यूरियोसिटी कोशेंट नहीं बढ़ाएंगे। अभी आप लोग यहाँ बैठे हैं, जिन कुर्सियों पे आप लोग बैठे हैं, ऑटो मूव होती है, मैं ऐसा क्या करूं कि इसकी ये जो चर पचर की आवाज आती है वो बंद हो जाए। क्वेरी है, मेरा क्वेश्चन है। लोगों को बहुत वियर्ड लगेगा, मैं उठता हूँ, अरे यार क्या इसका स्प्रिंग लूज होता है? इतना अच्छा स्प्रिंग है, नहीं है, चलो पिस्टन मैकेनिज्म है, क्यों है, मैं कुछ और लगा सकता हूँ, नहीं है, क्या मैं कुछ वेट लगा के कुछ इसको ऐसा कर सकूं? वेरी गुड, अच्छा वेट लगा दूं, कुछ टॉक ऐसा बने, मैं उठूं तो अपने आप साधारणतया बड़े धीमे से वो उठ जाए, मेरे वजन को उपयोग में लाए, और मैं बैठ जाऊं तो साधारणतः कुर्सी फोल्ड हो जाए। हिस्ट्री सॉल्व, पैटेंटेबल एस्पेक्ट, कहीं हुआ नहीं, एक छोटी सी प्रॉब्लम, नए आविष्कार का जनक। बहुत सारी ऐसी ऐसी चीजें होती हैं, मतलब मैं आपसे बात कर रहा हूँ और फिर मैं इधर उधर देखता हूँ, अच्छा वो पीछे टाइल्स लगी हैं, टाइल्स जो हैं, अच्छा क्या वो सही मायने में आवाज को रोक पाती है? हम बोलते हैं कि इट इज अ साउंड प्रूफ रूम्स। तो ऐसा क्या है हम उस टेक्नोलॉजी को इंप्रूव करें? हमेशा प्लीज बियर इन माइंड, AI, ML, Python, Python, the things what we say, they are not the game changer, they are just the means to change the game, just the means। कल कुछ और होगा, परसों कुछ और होगा, टेक्नोलॉजी इज ओनली एन अनेबलर। टेक्नोलॉजी IP नहीं है, टेक्नोलॉजी नया आविष्कार नहीं है, that is the only means to, for our, it is a way to achieve something new which we are going to do। बहुत बड़ा दूसरा ज्ञान हमेशा याद रखना, जो मैं भी फॉलो करता हूं, अगर आप कोई काम कर रहे हैं और किसी की समझ में नहीं आ रहा है उस समय, ठीक, दुनिया के लिए आप पागल हैं, लेकिन अगर आप कन्विंस्ड हैं, दिन रात जी जान से जुटे रहिए, विद अ टाइमलाइन जुटे रहिए, 6 महीने या साल भर की टाइमलाइन पे जुटिए, विद इन 1 ईयर अगर आप उससे कुछ आउटकम ला सकते हैं, all the people in the world will look around you, eureka movement, right? Because the time you are doing something which people are not able to understand, you are ahead in the game। लोगों को नहीं समझ में आ रहा है यानी कि उनके ऊपर से है। अगर आप उसको जस्टिफाई कर रहे हैं, आप अपने लॉज ऑफ साइंस लगा सकते हैं, एवरीथिंग इज फाइन, एवरीथिंग इज गुड। नाउ कमिंग अप, नेशनल सिक्योरिटी, बहुत सारी चीजें हैं, द वे थिंग्स आर हैपनिंग अराउंड द वर्ल्ड, द वे थिंग्स आर मूविंग एवरीवेयर, यू पीपल सिटिंग आउट देयर, इमेजिन करिए इजराइल से हमें खरीदना पड़ता है एंटी ड्रोन टेक्नोलॉजी। क्यों भाई? AI में हम चैंपियन हो गए हैं, मशीन लर्निंग में बहुत चैंपियन हो गए हैं, हमें पता है कि अगर रेडियो फ्रीक्वेंसी पे कोई ड्रोन एक उड़ रहा है, अनमैन्ड व्हीकल है, मेरे पास रेस्पबेरी पाई है, छोटी सी स्क्रिप्ट लिखनी है, कोड लिखना है, उसके बाद मुझे जैमर लगाना है, फ्रीक्वेंसी जैम एंड इट डाइज देन एंड देयर। इसके लिए मुझे क्यों बहुत बड़ी चीजें करनी है या दुनिया से खरीदनी है? यू पीपल हु आर सिटिंग देयर, यू गाइज हैव टू वर्क इट अराउंड। और क्या मैं ऐसी भी टेक्नोलॉजी लेकर आ सकता हूँ? क्या मैं अपनी ही वेव्स, अपने सोनार, अपने लडार, क्या मैं इन चीजों पे काम कर सकता हूँ? अल्टीमेटली आप देखिए, सिक्योरिटी सर्वेलेंस इज नॉट ओनली फॉर लाइक बॉर्डर्स, इट इज ऑल अबाउट लिविंग आवर लाइव्स पीसफुली, है ना। तो आप लोगों के कंधों पे बहुत बड़ा बोझ है, लेकिन दिमाग पे बोझ मत रखिए, कंधों तक रखिए, दिमाग को खुला तरोताजा रखिए, नई नई चीजें करते रहिए। एंड आई बिलीव एवरी डे इज अ न्यू डे फिलॉसफी पे बहुत सारी चीजों की हमारे देश को जरूरत है। और साहू साहब भी बताएंगे, बाकी लोग भी, आपको ज्ञान दर्शन जरूर होगा, बट मेरी तरफ से एक तरीके छोटी सी टेड टॉक थी। तो बी चेयरफुल, लिव योर लाइफ जस्ट लाइक एवरी डे इज अ न्यू डे। IP प्रोटेक्शन, डॉक्टर नागराजन ने बहुत बड़ी चीज बोली है। हम डॉकेटिंग में बहुत पुअर हैं, तो डू नॉट फॉरगेट टू राइट योर आइडियाज। मैं आज भी, मेरे पास अपने ये गैजेट्स या फोन्स होते हैं, इसमें मैं नोट पैड बहुत ज़्यादा यूज़ करता हूँ, एंड एवरी डे आई कम अप विद आइडिया, ऑलमोस्ट एवरी मंथ आई फाइल फॉर अ पेटेंट, नहीं छोड़ता हूँ। लेकिन फिर से कोर्ट्स में जो नागराजन साहब कह रहे थे, दोस्तों को नहीं बताना है, मुझे याद है जब आई यूज टू वर्क फॉर अ वेरी वेरी क्लोज नेट लैब। मेरे से वहाँ एग्रीमेंट साइन कराया गया था कि शाम को जाके अपनी वाइफ से भी शेयर नहीं करोगे। ठीक है, तो अपने बीवी बच्चों से भी जो यहाँ काम करके आए हो नहीं बताओगे। वर्क लाइक दैट फॉर आईपी, कुछ साल करो, उसके फ्रूट्स चखो। साहू साहब है, इकोसिस्टम आपके लिए एनेबल करा दिया है नागराजन साहब ने, साहू साहब हैं उसको कमर्शलाइजेशन करा रहे हैं। बाकी एनेबलर्स हैं, नमिता जी बैठी हैं, सगत जी बैठे, सब आपको आगे ले जाने के लिए तत्पर है ना। और बाकी ऐसी टेक टॉक्स चाहिए तो आई एम ऑलवेज अवेलेबल, फॉलो मी ऑन लिंक्डइन। ऑल द वेरी बेस्ट, कीप रॉकिंग, मेक आवर नेशन प्राउड। थैंक यू।
I would now like to invite our next speaker, Ms. Namita Mittal, Director at Verispire Technologies and founder of Patcognis. Ms. Mittal has had experience in managing intellectual property portfolios for more than a decade now. She holds specialization across patent drafting, IP licensing, and IP strategy development and innovation and intersectional domains. In the next few minutes, she will be introducing us to the Indian IP ecosystem.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you so much for the invitation and conducting this IPR conclave. And as Mohit sir has already told us that what is the need of IP, and Nagarajan sir has already told about how we are going to protect IP, what IP means to you. So I'm just taking you a walkthrough for the IPR ecosystem. So first, I would like to introduce Verispire. Verispire is a global innovation management and IPR consulting company. We have a legacy of 15 years of providing consultancy to the researchers spanning across all major high-tech domains. We have more than 100 clients and we have completed of about 750,000 hours of projects till now. We have our offices in Noida, India, USA, Canada, and Europe. So Nagarajan sir has already introduced about what intellectual property is. So I'm just going to give you a quick brush up. So intellectual property is anything which is created by the human mind is known as intellectual property. So once we have created an intellectual property, some exclusive rights are given to the owner of that IP. The IP is once secured is territorial in nature. It also refers to the innovations like such as literary works, artistic works, designs, logos, and and so on, in order to ensure that some other people like your friend may not need to steal your IP. So you should first need to secure it before telling it to your friend also. But a lot of discussions are still going on on how to protect your innovations which are developed by the AI and whether they are patentable or not. So that's a very big question that our patent offices are dealing with. So now we are going to discuss about the types of IPRs. So we have few major types of IPRs like patents, industrial designs, trademark, copyright, trade secrets. In patents, what we can protect utility patents, which are anything like a product, a method, or a composition of matter in which we can secure our innovation under this patent category. Next is the industrial design. It protects the aesthetic look of a product or the shape or the design or the appearance or a pattern of that particular product. Now moving on to the trademark. Trademark provides legal protection to a logo, a word mark, or a phrase, or maybe a combination of all these, which represents a source of goods or services related to that particular product or a company. Next, we are going to further to the copyright. So copyright provides the protection to an author of an original work. It can be a painting or a literary work or it can be a play, anything. And it also includes some computer algorithms also. Now, next, moving on, we are going to discuss about the trade secrets. Trade secrets are means any valuable information that is not publicly known, but the owner has taken a reasonable step to maintain its secrecy. So it could be maybe the ingredients of a dish or a business method or customer data, ideas related to your business, and so on. I'm not going to discuss the types of IPRs in detail here because we already know about it. Now comes the national IPR policy. India has generated its national IPR policy, which has some following objectives. So the first one is the IPR generation. So in this particular step, the government wants to generate awareness about how to generate your ideas, how to protect your ideas, and sharing your knowledge and its application through IP. Next is the incentives for emerging technologies. It provides the incentives for creation of your IP by the government, like green technologies and energy efficient equipments, and it is mainly focused on providing the innovations pertaining to the national security. Then we have facilitated the collaboration. It facilitates the industry and academia interface to encourage the generation and the fertilization of ideas. Then we have IPR commercialization. I know Mr. Vijay Sahu sir is going to more discuss about this, so I'm not going to discuss it in detail. And then we have legislative framework also. It just simplifies the IP rules with which a person can, easily protect his or her IP. Then the enforcement also, it is generally used to strengthen the IP for combating the IP infringement between two different owners of an IP. Now, what are the patent procedures in India? So these are the steps with which the patent office is going to take your IP further for the protection. But what I generally feel that being an innovator, we should know that there is one pre-step before filing your innovation, that is the patentability search. Every innovator has to perform this step, or maybe by through using a help of an IP attorney, or maybe by themselves, so that they know whether on which the solution they are working, it is feasible and it is patentable or not, right? So for that particular step, you should definitely go for that patentable search. Then we can proceed for these steps. If you have an idea, then you can first file the provisional specification of your idea, which safeguards the filing date for your invention, because in India we follow the first to file policy. Then within the 12 months of filing a provisional specification, we need to file the complete specification, in which what you are claiming in that invention needs to be provided to the patent office. Then we come to the publication step. As a general practice, your application will be published within 18 months. But in case if you want an early publication of your patent application, then you can file for the early publication request with some government fees. Then once your application is published, you have to file for the request for examination. Without this FER, without this RFE, the patent office is not going to examine your patent application and your invention will not be enforceable. So when you file for the request for examination, then some FERs, that is the first examination report comes, and you need to file the response for that FERs. So that's the next step. And based on your response, maybe some secondary examination report will come, or the hearing will come, or maybe your invention is directly accepted or rejected by the patent office. Now I just want to take it further. Like we are moving to an era of technology, right? And that is not only provides us a lot of enriched experiences, but also new security threats are coming, such as compromising the individual's identity altogether. So you all must have heard about metaverse. It all started, let's discuss what metaverse is all about. So it all started with the semantic web and ontological structures, AI, IoT, and everything new technology is emerging. And once we just blink our eyes, every day we see new technologies. So for example, like we have e-homes, we can control our appliances through our mobile phones, smartphones, through our smart apps. Now imagine there is a total new transformation to a new horizon or a new dimension. You must have seen in the movies about a parallel universe, right? With multiple existences. In Marvel movies, I'm sure you guys must have seen those things. So it's just another world and on a different planet. So this is metaverse. This is going to be a reality in 4 to 5 coming years. So the way we are moving, or the way people are purchasing land on the moon, or they are constructing virtual buildings in the metaverse, these things were completely unrealistic, but now it is happening, and thanks to metaverse. So now we have discussed what metaverse is all about. Now we are discussing about the national security and the defense services. It's not kind of battleground on which we are going to have some battle on the metaverse, but metaverse might have changed the battleground using the AI and the IoT technologies. So innovation is improved, so we have to protect these innovations as well. So we may use these metaverse in order to train our soldiers, in order to do the R&D for the equipment which can be used in military, in army, in defense services, and also to make India a stronger country, so that in terms of ammunitions. So therefore, we need to file more and more IP, and the one country which is having the more IP may have the monopoly for those equipments also in the defense sector. I'm talking about. So we can make new equipments by protecting their IP under the Make in India program, and we may license those IP to other countries. So India has a huge workforce. So it's time for the academicians and the students to make new IP, and to for the mainly for the defense sector also. So the only part to successfully become a superpower is the complete protection of our IP as soon as it is generated. So as a company where I aspire, we are all geared up for taking up those challenges as well. So now how to protect IP in the new age? We can NFTs in the IP network. NFTs are the non-fungible tokens, that is the currency which we use in the metaverse. Then we can use the blockchain based licensing system. Just like I said, that we can license our IP to other countries, or maybe at state level or to another company for generating those equipment. Developing oriented IP asset management systems, global. Now why I'm saying that IP generated in the metaverse is the person centric, because we are moving forward and we all will be having a digital presence in the metaverse known as avatars, like, so that we can attach the IP what we are generating with the avatars and the NFTs. So there may be kind of regulations at the state level or at the central level also, and maybe at the educational level at universities, the professor level, how we are going to move ahead in this particular type of area or any direction. So that is why it's very important for us to take the new technologies and then do some research to in order to strengthen our defense system. So that's the future is of our country, is to protect your IP as soon possible. So it's just the motto of Raspberry that strong IP protection is critical for any brand or organization, and securing your asset is now more important than ever. Even if we end up fully immersed in metaverse, IP security will continue to protect those digital assets. And therefore, Veraspire is here to help you out in protecting your IP. Thank you so much.
Innovation and Entrepreneurship at the National Institute of Industrial Engineering. His views about intellectual property as the world's next currency will indeed provide a different dimension to our today's discussion. Sir.
Thank you, Nita. So, very good afternoon to all the dignitaries on the dais, off the dais, student friends. It's an honor and privilege for me to be here today, talk to you regarding the intellectual property, which we all say it is the currency for the world. Okay. I'm a typical professor, so I generally don't like standing at one place and giving lecture. So I'll be moving. So friends, yeah, thank you.
Well, don't be. Can you sit?
Yeah.
So my small request, we came all the way. I came from Visakhapatnam. I could not sleep. You might be seeing I was taking medicine. So at least in just respect and Saturday you will get benefit. Okay.
So we understand the audience here. Okay, you all are students, and so as Dr. Sahu said, we were traveling yesterday, right? He traveled from Visakhapatnam, was traveling to Mumbai. And of course, Sahu in the last 20 years was working in IT domain, and we will learn more about what they are doing. And obviously, he will be the one, the center point for all the IP activities in the country. Because NRDC does a lot of IP filing, technology transfer, licensing, right? So the topic was given to me, IP as world's next currency, to set the tone for this particular topic. Friends, what is currency? What is this currency? So the RBI gives a note, when the governor signs that this was the denomination we promised to give to the bearer, right? But intellectual property is completely different. It's a value creation. You can't say how much it will be valued. Like the earlier speaker before that, from the Ministry of Education, was telling about the Google algorithm, right? So Google is, now you all know from where it was and where today, I think some $140 billion, the brand value, and Larry and Sergey pays all, both of them are valued at 80 billion. And you see the company like Tesla is a startup, right? You all know Tesla. So Elon Musk is the richest fellow on the globe today. He started with a small idea. So the intellectual property, when you say the next currency for the world, obviously when you create the value, you all are here to create the value. You are joined here to get some value for yourself. In your CV, like you are doing different courses. So when you go into the market will see what value you have. So based on which you will be valued. So the intellectual property is also like that, but valuation is not that easy. So we all call it as an intangible asset. What is tangible? Whatever we have with us, the mobile, whatever we have, land, building, everything, it is tangible. It doesn't feel, right? Intellectual property is intangible. Okay, it is being of one's intellect. So we can't touch it unless it becomes a final product like this slide move. This slide move might have 100 plus patents. This slide move might have 100 plus. Those are intangible. To make the final tangible product, we call it as innovation. So all those intangibles which are there inside, those value creation to make the final product, or intellectual property, or invention. So there is a difference between invention and innovation. So innovation is your final tangible novel product. Okay, after some time it becomes general product. If you have born after 2000, everyone knows mobile phones, but people who are born in 70s, 80s, they don't know what was the mobile. They have seen the landline. The need varies how the landline queues were there for making a STD call, right? In the 80s, 90s, even early 2000s. So, where is my slide? Thank you. So value is money. So you chase for creating value. Money will automatically change. Larry and Sajid, they were never after money. They were after creating value. Google search algorithm. So the gentleman was saying like $100,000. The guy was the CTO, Chief Technology Officer of Sun Microsystems. Sun is Stanford University Network. Okay, the arm of who started that company. So he was the one who wrote Google.inc $100,000. Was one of the old students of the same professor where Larry was doing this project. And rest was the history. Because everyone knows who is Andy in Silicon Valley. Wherever he touches becomes diamond mine. So then the investment flows. So that is history for that. So value is money. Okay, because we are, trade in terms of currency, right? And intellectual property was economic growth. Basically, if you talk from the internal combustion engine to the modern autonomous car, to all those inventions, whatever was we have seen in the history, they all have created enough economic growth. Like countries like Singapore, they don't have a land to cultivate, but the per capita income is 4-5 times than our per capita income, right? We have enough land, we have enough people, we have enough knowledge, but we are not growing. But those economies are growing because of the intellectual property. You see Korea. Korea is superpower in intellectual property. You see on the west part of the globe, Korea, China, Japan, then comes India. Right? So it also is the quality of life, right? You have more inventions, more novel things, and obviously you will get more income, and then your quality of life will go because of the earning what you make. So global sustainability is the one part what I just wanted to stress on. Before Thomas Alva Edison was invented the electric bulb, so a lot of there was no electricity, right? It was pure lamp or any other lamp which was used, the resources were high, right? So natural resources were depleting and a lot of pollution was happening. Then came the electric bulb. The electricity is also produced through different means where a lot of pollution was generated. Now the new novel innovation talks about reducing pollution is your solar energy, right? So innovation can definitely make this globe as a beautiful place for all of us and the future generation to live on. So friends, you can just read this. For the first time in history, wealth can be created without having massive amounts of capital. For the first time in history, wealth can be created by the power of one's mind, thoughts, and ideas. It can be developed, monetized, distributed instantly across the globe. Intellectual property has now become new currency of business, said by Robert Smith, who is the founder of the private equity partner. So friends, already our speakers already told us about the intellectual property, what all about. So I'll just give you some glimpse, right, how the innovations are happening. So this is taken from the World IP report to see how the innovations are coming in. Like initially we had IC engines, then we have a pharma, biotech, then ICT. Now it is all about digital technology. The other speaker was also talking about digital technology, metaverse and all, right? So there is a life cycle for all the technology, whatever we talk about. So in digital technology, every 6 months there is an upgrade. Like in our mobile app, also there are a lot of new things are coming. So it is you to take the decision whenever you get an idea, you better go on file a patent for that. So these are some of the numbers. I'll just skip it because my audience are different here. I didn't know that there's only a student who will be there for the presentation. So during COVID also, you might have seen there were patents, elsewhere, but countries like third world countries and developing countries like India, they wanted to exercise those patents for combating the COVID. So there was this much of transaction was happened around 80 billion US dollars during the COVID. So those kind of inventions were there, and those inventions were used for combating COVID. I'll just rush, friends. So if you see the brand value of these brands, Amazon, Apple, Amazon, Microsoft, Google, Samsung, Coca-Cola, these are all in billions of dollars. See, 322 billion. What is our GDP? How many billion? See, one Apple company is brand value is $322 billion. Almost 30%, 3%. I mean, in billion dollars, you say this 30%, right? So these are all intellectual property driven ventures. So I'll just give some statistics from the developed countries. So it is a study about the European Union. 42% of the EU's economy output, that is almost 5.7 trillion euro, it comes from the intellectual property driven companies. And the employment generation, so somewhere, I think somewhere around 40%. And the revenue, those companies who are making intellectual property driven companies are making 32% more revenue than the other traditional companies. So these are some of the data about the G8 countries. How the the contribution of intellectual property driven companies in their country's GDP. So we see Japan, so almost, I mean, on the top side, are 12%. We have Canada, Russia, EU, and US. I'll just skip these slides because I don't think you will have much interest in this. So copyright is also in countries, these 10 countries. Okay, in their GDP, the copyright comprise about 2 to 6%. So friends, we have a global innovation index. So India in the last few years, from 2015 to today, from somewhere from 81 to 40, it is going like a rocket. So hope in days to come we will be there in single digit. That was the promise made by many of the innovators to the government. So hope we will be part of this renaissance. Please, my slide. Yeah. So value creation, we are talking about value creation, right? So this is the company you all know. You all know, we have already seen is in the top 2 or top 3 position, Bill Gates. So often my slides are good. Please.
Camera movement. I guess so.
So what they do is, all these companies, all the big companies, all the MNCs, they go to the campuses, the IITs, we have MIT, National Institute of Technology, #1 in engineering, right? In technology. Then Harvard, Stanford, Wharton, all these schools, wherever they want the talents. So they go to the campus. What they do, they'll follow a principle called sell, work, and wholesale. Right? And what they'll do, so Windows Vista, there was software, you all might be knowing. So there was 100 engineers who hired for making Windows Vista, right? So can you imagine how much will be paid for an engineer per annum? There is a category, right? $100,000, something like that, right? So these 100 engineers work for 1 year. So what is the salary of 100 engineers? Per month is $100,000 into 100 into 12. How much is this? Less than a million? 40 million? For 1 engineer, it is 1.2 million. 100 engineers. Right? So more than 120 million. 120 million, right? Let's say they work for 2 years. Okay, 240. The infrastructure is another 200 million. So altogether will come to $500,000, right? You know this software was sold to the market. How much this company has made? $13 billion. They spent $500,000,000 and made 13 billion. So it is called talent bought at wholesale and sold at retail. So don't become something to be, I mean, you'll become like in the market, there will be crowd, so you'll be waiting who will buy these, like in open market. So use your intellectual property and make some kind of invention and then conquer the world or become a billionaire. So you all know Elon Musk, so I don't want to talk much about him. So Tesla, so I'll just give you a brief what exactly they do. They mostly work on the lithium ion based battery charges and all. So they have got around this many patents. 149 was a bit old data and about 20 registered trademarks. Right? And when you talk about value creation, when you say startup and all, so you all know these are the Indian startups. All these companies were just started as a small companies and become billionaires, unicorns, right? So we have got around 100 plus unicorns today in the country. I think around 130. So these are the unicorns. They all have started as a small company. So you may be one of them in future. So think about your ideas. Think about cultivating how to make this particular idea into a market-driven commercial product, which will really solve this problem what we are facing. So these are the, I mean, if you see in 2022, we have the unicorns alone are contributing around $535 billion to the Indian GDP. Just imagine. So be a part of this kind of team, which really helps our country to go further. So friends, so these are some of the startups in this year, which are leads to the Unicorn Club from India. So you see globally, we stand on third when you say the number of unicorns are concerned globally. So I'll just, with this small story, I will wind up my presentation. So you all know this ring pull technology, right? There's a ring on all the cans. There's not necessarily Coke cans, but just given Coke because we all are fond of it. So friends, one of the school dropout, in the Western world, what happens in the UK, they go for picnics, right? Unlike our country, like, after retirement, also my grandfather will save money for the next attendance. But they chill out and make it. So this guy was carrying as a beer bottle and all, then it was thought of making something easily open up, right? That's where he is trying this idea and he made this. And the moment he was filed a patent for the design and the material, whatever he used, there was no much rocket science in there. It was very easy to make it. And then this guy, he just filed a patent, and all of the bottling companies, they know that this will be going to become a very good value add for their bottles, right? So all those many companies, they went to him and said, "You give us the patent, complete ownership, we will pay you $1 billion." He was very intelligent enough. He said, I will give you a non-exclusive license. There are the two types of license, the exclusive and non-exclusive. He said, whosoever makes the bottle, okay, whatever bottles are manufactured, pay one penny for bottle manufactured. So globally, 2 million bottles are made a day. So what is the revenue for it? 20,000 US dollars for 20 years. So overnight it became a billionaire. Our companies were, the banks were afraid to give loan for buying Bonglas, BMW, whatever. So that is the power of innovation. It looks very simple, it looks very easy, but the value what it has created is enormous. So friends, with this, I'll stop it here. Thank you very much. Thank you. We may have maybe half a day or 1 day lecture in future. So thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your presentation. Our next speaker, Dr. Vijay Kumar Sahu, is currently heading the Intellectual Property Facilitation Center and Technology and Innovation Support Center at Visakhapatnam with the National Research Development Corporation, Government of India. His academic specialization in his MPhil and PhD has been in IPR and technological capabilities, with special references to biotechnology in India. Dr. Sahu will now be addressing the gathering about the detailed efforts and successes that the Government of India has had in the monetizing IP and innovations. Sir.
थैंक यू मैम। सबको भूख लग रहा है, बस नहीं दूंगा, इतने दूर से आया हूँ, कुछ तो बोलूंगा, क्योंकि बेटी मेरी बोली हुई कि उसके लिए ढोकला लेके जाना। तो आई एम रियली ऑनर्ड बिकॉज एज ए सिटीजन ऑफ इंडिया आई एम एट राष्ट्रीय रक्षा यूनिवर्सिटी। मैं किसी ग्रुप में फोटो अभी भेज रहा था, तो मेनी पीपल वर आस्किंग ऐसा एक यूनिवर्सिटी है, और सम ऑफ द ऑफिसर्स, लोगों को पता भी नहीं है। जो दिखता है वो बिकता है। और आईटी जो है, कल की बात में आपको बताना चाहता हूँ। आई आस्क्ड माय ड्राइवर टू कम टू पिक अप मी, वो आया नहीं, मुझे एयरपोर्ट निकलना है। लेकिन ऐसे टाइम में मैं कैसे आया होगा बताइए, आप लोग कोई बोल सकते हो? ओला एंड उबेर। मेरे एक भतीजी, आई लॉस्ट माय ब्रदर इन कोविड एंड इट वाज ए टेरिबल टाइम फॉर अस। लेकिन जो मेरा भतीजी है वो एक सहारा बनी। एक दिन वो रात को पहुंची बेंगलोर, और रात को 12 बजे वो किसको फोन करेगी? पापा तो उसका नहीं है, तो मुझे फोन की, बोले कि काका मैं पहुंच गई हूँ और ये उबेर में जा रहा हूँ, उस टाइम मैं पहुंच जाऊंगा। तो कहने का मतलब ये है, जिंदगी दो पल का है, लेकिन जो वक्त हमारे पास है पूरा देश के लिए भी करें। और ये मेरा देश है, जिस देश को अभी आप लोग तो, मैं अभी पिछले हफ्ते ही आया था गांधीनगर, डिफेंस एक्सपो हुआ था, एंड उस जगह पे जो देखा, मेरे बेटी ने बोला पापा वो आकाश में कुछ फोटो भी भेजा उसको, मेरे डॉटर को। तो उस दिन से बोल रही है कि पापा मुझे कोई जॉब नहीं करनी है, मुझे स्टार्टअप करनी है। 11 साल की बच्ची है वो। तो फ्रेंड्स, देखिए, चेंज ऑफ माइंडसेट, and we need to change as per the demand of time. And I will showcase some of the invention and innovation, how we monetize, how we create impact to the nation for nation building. ये देश हम सबका है, ये देश का गारिमा हमको बढ़ाना है, और ये देश में जो आईपीआर का मुद्दा है, आज आई वुड लाइक टू टेल यू, कोविड में हम कितने अपनों को खोया है, लेकिन उस टाइम एक सहारा हुआ, जो ट्रेसिंग, टेस्टिंग, ट्रीटिंग ऑफ कोविड-19 का जो भी आया, आरटी-पीसीआर आए या जो भी आए, उसी टाइम और एक सहारा आया, कोविशील्ड एंड कोवैक्सीन। आज सुबह मुझे इतना खांसी हो रहा था कि मैं डर रहा था। इवन मैं अजय जी को बोला कि अजय जी एक सिनारेस्ट लेके आना। तो कहने का मतलब है, यही एक सहारा है कि मैंने एक बूस्टर डोज लिया। तो यही है इन्वेंशन दैट क्रिएट द वैल्यू, एंड दैट इज नथिंग बट नेसेसिटी इज मदर ऑफ इन्वेंशन। और आप लोग ये देश का जज्बा हो। और उस टाइम मेरे काफी मित्रों ने, मेरा अपनों भी आईसीयू में थे, और बहुत लोगों ने, मैं डीआरडीओ से भी हम लोगों का कोलैबोरेशन है, तो मेनी पीपल कॉल्ड मी कि ये 2DG ड्रग कैसे, मेडिसिन कैसे मिलेगा। तो कहने का मतलब है, दिस इज नथिंग बट ब्रिंगिंग माइंड टू मार्केट, लैब टू द लैंड, टेक्नोलॉजी डेवलप फ्रॉम लैब स्केल टू द बेड स्केल, और नथिंग बट ब्रिंगिंग सरस्वती and Lakshmi together, and that is the need of our friends. So हर किसी के पास है। आपको अगर कोई भी इश्यू है घर में, आपका कभी भी परेशानी होता है, आप बड़े हो घर का तो आपको और जिम्मेदारी है, क्योंकि बहन को भाई को पढ़ाना है, तो आपको सक्षम बनना है। ये देश हमको स्किल एंड इनोवेटिव होना चाहिए, और इनोवेटिव नौकरी से आप नहीं कर पाओगे, नौकरी तो वक्त का रोटी के लिए, लेकिन हाउ यू आर मिटिगेटिंग योर ओन चैलेंज, that is innovation, and that's the ecosystem we need to create. And we need to bring Lakshmi and Saraswati together. My job is bringing Lakshmi and Saraswati together. In one of the example, you can see the technology developer who is standing along with the research scholar like you, standing right to me, who have created a patent, and the lady who is standing right left to me is investor who is investing for the technology in India, and that the technology today we are going to mitigate. And the problem which I have, I'm not able to see some of the flyers I'm putting my spec. So innovation that connect the dot, create the building among the people, confident among the people. We have seen PPE kits. India was importing PPE kits, but every challenge there is an opportunity. And defense, one of the defense doctor came out with Navarakshas. We patented it. We protected as a brand. क्योंकि ब्रांड जो है, जो ट्रेडमार्क है, जो दिखता है वो बिकता है। आज यही प्रोडक्ट हम 12 कंपनी को दिया है, जो आर मैन्युफैक्चरिंग पीपीई किट्स, which is accessible, which is affordable, which is breathable, and today we are getting the benefit at this challenging time. Friends, हमको ऐसे ही बने हैं 3 इडियट। मैं अभी 15 दिन पहले मैंने मेरे बेटी को लद्दाख लेके गया था। उसको हर दिन बोलती थी, पापा मुझे खुनसुंगा उनको मिलना। 3 इडियट का मूवी आप लोगों ने देखा होगा। मेरी बेटी ने सेंचुरी पार कर ली। हर दिन क्या देख रहे हो पापा? मैं 3 इडियट देख रही हूँ, मुझे डिस्टर्ब मत करो। तो कहने का मतलब यही है, हमको ऐसे ही बनना है। और ये जो सोनाम वांगचुक है, जिनका हिमालयन इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ अल्टरनेटिव यूनिवर्सिटी, आप लोग कभी भी लद्दाख जा रहे हो मुझे पूछ लेना, नहीं तो आप लोग खुद उस इंस्टीट्यूट में जाना है। दैट इज इनोवेशन, दैट इज द नेशन बिल्डिंग एंड क्रिएटिविटी, मिटिगेटिंग चैलेंज ऑफ द पीपल एंड ऑल्सो पीपल एट आवर army jawan at Galwan Valley, coming out with ice stupa and also army tent at -23-24 at Ladakh and Himalayan region. तो कहने का मतलब यही है। ये मूवी आप लोगों ने देखा होगा, चेतन भगत का स्टोरी राइट लिया हुआ है, जो कॉपीराइट बोलते हैं, बट उनका नाम मूवी में है ही नहीं। आपने देखा होगा चेतन भगत का नाम ही नहीं। तो कहने का मतलब वो कॉपीराइट कैसे उन्होंने असाइनमेंट किया है, बिकॉज IPR देयर आर वेरियस फॉर्म ऑफ IPRs ऑलरेडी यू नो, बट आप जो बनाए हो वो दिखे। आप जब घर में चाय बनाते हो और वो चाय अगर आपका मम्मी बनाती है तो मम्मी को, मम्मा आज चाय अच्छा लगा, या फेफड़ा अच्छा लगा, या ढोकला अच्छा लगा, माँ को कितना अच्छा लगता है। तो दैट मीन्स द क्रिएटर मस्ट बी रिकॉग्नाइज्ड, and that's the role of IP today. The way Ekalavya infringed the intellectual property of Guru Dronacharya. So knowledge must be acknowledged. Whoever may be the creator, that's the role of NRDC as a national organization, to support for your innovation, leverage for your innovation, manage for your innovation, monetize for your invention that connect to the dot, mitigate the challenge of the people, and also nation building. That's my role. That's my our capability of collaboration. Today I am here. Because innovation, sometimes people talks about in a different way. Innovation is nothing but that creates the value to the people in an accessible way, adaptable way, available way, or that innovation is completely market driven. Because जो product हमको दिखता है वो बिकता है, और वो trademark ही है, और we have to look into that orientation, and that's the ecosystem to be leverage. Because ये आपका जो institute है, आप लोग एक रूट है, एंड आप लोग कल बड़े होंगे, देश का स्वाभिमान बनोगे, देश का दारिमा बनोगे। उसी वी हैव टू नर्चर यू, लेवरेज यू, मैनेज यू, कनेक्ट यू, सपोर्ट यू, एंड आल्सो हैंड होल्ड यू। एंड द वे यू हैव सीन, या सपोज कल आप भुवनेश्वर जाओगे, आपको होटल ढूंढना है, तुरंत आप कौन सा होटल ढूंढोगे? ओयो होटल ढूंढोगे। Am I right? वो ओयो का मालिक कौन है पता है? मेरे गांव का एक लड़का है, रितेश अग्रवाल, जिसका कितने लोगों को नौकरी दिया है, कितने करोड़ों का प्रोजेक्ट उसका है। आज वही होटल देश में विदेश में एक इनोवेशन एंड ऑल्सो ये क्रिएटिंग इम्पैक्ट। तो फ्रेंड्स, वी हैव टू अंडरस्टैंड रोल ऑफ IP। अभी मैं डिफेंस एक्सपो का, ये जो डिफेंस एक्सपो इंडिया हर दिल, हर हिंदुस्तानी का जज्बा होता है, आन मान शान होता है यही डिफेंस एक्सपो, क्योंकि वी आर इंडियन, वी आर प्राउड एज इंडियन। उसका जो ब्रांड है, जो ट्रेडमार्क है, हम लोगों ने रजिस्ट्रेशन किया है, एंड दैट इज नथिंग बट मोनेटाइजेशन। हाउ टू कनेक्ट द डॉट, हाउ टू आइडेंटिफाई द डॉट्स एंड मिटिगेट द चैलेंज, क्योंकि वही चीज जो दिखता है वही चीज वही दिखता है। और दूसरे बगल में देखो, अभी आर्मी रजिस्टर्ड इंटेलेक्चुअल प्रॉपर्टी राइट ऑफ न्यू कॉम्बैट यूनिफॉर्म, यही मेरा देश का जो भी दिख रहा है वो प्रोटेक्टेड है, ताकि कोई उसको पायरेसी नहीं कर सकता है, बेच नहीं, मतलब उल्टा सीधा कर नहीं सकता है। उस वी आर पार्ट ऑफ दैट। आप कल कहीं भी नौकरी करोगे, आप बोलोगे ये हमारा पैटेंट है, एंड ये पैटेंटेड प्रोडक्ट है, एंड इट इज ओरिजिनल प्रोडक्ट। तो कहने का मतलब ये है कि वी हैव टू सेंसिटाइज आवर पीपल टू मिटिगेट द चैलेंज, बिकॉज आज की डेट में आप रेमडेसिविर, आप लोगों को पता है कि नहीं, मैं उड़ीसा और आंध्र प्रदेश की बात बोलना चाहता हूँ। उसी टाइम काफी लोगों को रेमडेसिविर मेडिसिन चाहिए था, लेकिन मार्केट में ना पायरेटेड बेचा जा रहा था। तो वही है आईपीआर, जो ओरिजिनलिटी को बताता है एंड ओनरशिप को बताता है, सो दैट समबडी कैन इन्वेस्ट, एंड दैट इज नथिंग बट द मोनेटाइजेशन। Then, for that, our role is to support you, nurture you, leverage you, and also manage your invention and support you. Any kind of design, any IP you have created, any product you have developed, we make it prototype. और कहते हैं ना, जो पहले फिजिकल मीटिंग ज्यादा होता था, बीच में हम लोग डिजिटल हो गए, और वही डिजिटल टेक्नोलॉजी क्या है, नथिंग बट द रोल ऑफ आईपी, कॉपीराइट। आप जितने भी जूम का मीटिंग अटेंड करते हो या कोई भी मीटिंग अटेंड करते हो, उसका ही कॉपीराइट है, और वही उनके पास राइट रखा हुआ है। एंड वी हैव टू अंडरस्टैंड, सो दैट वी हैव टू मोनेटाइज, मिटिगेट एंड ऑल्सो सपोर्ट। एंड आई विल कम विद स्मॉल एग्जांपल। जो दिखता है वही बिकता है। अभी कहने का मतलब यही है, आप लोग देखो, मैं डेनमार्क गया था, एंड डेनमार्क गवर्नमेंट सपोर्ट had a collaboration with India on IP commercialization, and on that forum I presented many of the Indian GI product like आप लोग मैं उड़ीसा से हूँ, तो रसगुल्ला आप लोग कभी भी आओगे तो मैं रसगुल्ला भी मेरे घर में मिलेगा। आप लोग भुवनेश्वर जब पुरी मंदिर जाते हो, रसगुल्ला मिलता है। ये रसगुल्ला एक GI है, पंदरू खदर एक GI है, कोल्हापुरी चप्पल एक GI है, आपका ढोकला एक GI है, जो क्योंकि इसका एक प्रोडक्ट का माने रहता है, एक कम्युनिटी है जो बनाते हैं, और जो जिसका ओरिजिनलिटी है उसको हमको ब्रांड करना है एंड उसको प्रमोट करना है, क्योंकि दैट इज नथिंग बट द वोकल फॉर लोकल, एंड दैट्स द इकोसिस्टम वी नीड टू डेवलप एंड सपोर्ट स्टार्टअप, एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप, इंक्यूबेशन, एंड ऑल्सो प्रोवाइडिंग हैंड होल्डिंग, पर्टिकुलरली इन टेक्नोलॉजी ट्रांसफर। टेक्नोलॉजी ट्रांसफर कैसे होता है, मैं थोड़ा सा इसके ऊपर आपको बताऊंगा। यही है कि टेक्नोलॉजी कोई भी आप बनाते हो, लेट मी टेल यू, दिस इज वन ऑफ द टेक्नोलॉजी अंडर वाटर रिमोटली ऑपरेटिंग हाइकिंग। आप लोगों को पता है कि नहीं, जब अंडमान निकोबार जाओगे, एक बार हेलीकॉप्टर क्रैश हुआ था चेन्नई में, to how to collect the debris, to understand the cause of the helicopter crash, and there is an underwater vehicle developed by one of the scientists of national institution, and who have created to mitigate the challenge of the nation, and it is an indigenous product, जहाँ पे तिरंगा झंडा है, और जो आज देश के लिए एक स्वाभिमान बनने जा रहा है, वही इन्वेंशन जो लैब में था वो हम मार्केट में ले आए। एंड मेनी मोर टेक्नोलॉजी टुडे created by the inventor, innovator, and as a institution, as a organization, as a IP facilitator, we have to proud to support such kind of invention in monetizing that kind of intellectual property, so the nation will be proud. And these are some of our small initiatives where we are part of the journey in supporting many incubation, innovation, and also invention for strategic use for the nation. And that is the Rashtriya Raksha University today. We are standing, and you people should proud for this ecosystem where you are mitigating the challenge. दोस्तों, हिंदुस्तान में इतना पायरेसी होता है कि बिकॉज ऑफ द पायरेसी वी आर लूजिंग मेनी मोर जॉब। यू कैन सी फ्रॉम द स्लाइड 60,000 जॉब वी आर लूजिंग बिकॉज ऑफ द पायरेसी। देयर आर मेनी इश्यूज। अगर मेरे ऑफिस आओगे, मैं ये बोतल में आपको बोलूंगा पियोगे क्या? बताओ कितने लोग पियोगे? आप मुझे भरोसा करोगे तब जाके पियोगे, am I right? क्योंकि हो सकता है कि साहू जी यहाँ जहर भी डाल दे या कुछ भी केमिकल डाल दे, लेकिन आप पियोगे कब? जब देखोगे ये कि बिस्लेरी है या एक्वाफिना है। and it is nothing but the trademark. It is nothing but the brand that trusts you, that harmonize you, and you can pay and you can bear. अब जब original रसगुल्ला आपको मिलता है, जब खाते हो यार ये तो original लग रहा है. That is nothing but geographical indication of goods. We need to promote, we need to protect, and also we have to value it so that many more entrepreneurs will come. And NRDC as a national organization under Ministry of Science and Technology, we have been supporting Indian Armed Force in protecting, managing, and monetizing their intellectual property. And that's our vision, that's our mission in connecting the dots from mind to market, left to land, technology at bedside to the bedside. Friends, I am here to support you, and I am here to handhold you. I am here to connect you. I am here to in an ecosystem where we all are having a collective role, collective goal, and collective mandate. And that's RRU has invited me, giving me a platform to spend some time with you. And I'm really grateful that you have given such kind of privilege. And also, we have to understand Nari to Narayani, how women can be entrepreneur. And how women can be self-sustainable. आप अपने माँ की तरफ झुको, अपने बहन की तरफ झुको, अपने घर की तरफ, बीवी की तरफ झुको. देखो कैसे वो सस्टेनेबल होंगे, क्योंकि आज हम हैं, हो सकता है हम सपोर्ट कल ना कर पाए. उनके लिए सस्टेनेबिलिटी के लिए how we can create the entrepreneurship opportunity. That is startup and stand-up India we are talking about, where we are leveraging such kind of ecosystem and also supporting and building capacity of women, those who are qualified to be a women scientist of Government of India to work and manage the intellectual property of various organizations and institutions. And we have to mitigate, manage, and dream and vision of Prime Minister of India, Swachh Bharat, Sarvashrestha Bharat, Sarvachcha Bharat, and also Swastha Bharat and Shrestha Bharat. That is our collective goal in supporting too many startup and entrepreneurship, and also women entrepreneurs. Those who are today, you might be when you will pass out, you may not be like getting do a job, but how we can leverage you so that you can support the nation towards many challenges. That's the role of ours. That's the vision of ours. That's the mission of ours in connecting the dots, bringing Lakshmi and Saraswati together. That's our mandate. That's our vision. So friends, the problem is never how to get new innovative thought into our mind, but how to get the old one out. जैसे नागराजन जी बोले थे कि एक IS job होता है, लेकिन today that kind of job, there is a transformational among the ecosystem about job and interest. क्योंकि आपको जो अच्छा लगता है वही करते हो आप, तो हमारे हिसाब से नहीं चलोगे, क्योंकि कल की बेटी, मेरी बेटी जो जैसे मैंने आपको बोला, उसका जो सोच है, वो विचार है, उसको मुझे लेवरेज करना है, क्योंकि उसका खुशी मेरा खुशी है, एंड उसका जो उसको मुझे सपोर्ट करना है पेरेंट्स. बट वी have to support and handhold, then only they can mitigate the challenge. And that's the dream of Mahatma Gandhi: homegrown idea, self-reliance, and entrepreneurship. And thank you for giving this opportunity. And I'm really grateful that your support, your collaboration, your patience will certainly make the difference. And friends, we have to connect, we have to support, we have to handhold, we have to give a shoulder to each citizen of India. Then only we will be self-reliant. Thank you, all of you. God bless you. Jai Hind. I think I stop in, so you can go easily for lunch. I'm also feeling hungry. Because yesterday night, at 1 o'clock I came, I could not get food, but I was not feeling happy to get the food. But certainly your applause give me some kind of hungriness in my mind. I mean, mind and spirit certainly take a lunch. God bless you again. Jai Hind.
Before we head for the lunch, we have our last speaker, Shri Sagar Shonik, a well-published military historian who is an expert in writing life stories of veterans directly from the battlefield, as evident in his book, Untold Battlefield Tales. In his writings, Shri Shonik has also been a strong narrator of the Army's approach to innovation in national security technologies.
Thank you so much. I hope I'm audible. Good afternoon, everyone.
Yes, sir, you're audible.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. I realize the importance of protecting one's IP after hearing a number of common points spoken by all the distinguished speakers before me. It is very reassuring to know that we are all thinking about the various aspects of innovations in India. My focus will be on the armed forces, particularly Indian Army, and its approach to innovations and outcomes. Defense innovation, whether novel or incremental, adds value to deliver battle outcomes. It is not just the technology, as the label may suggest, but also about people, processes, and management techniques. In the Indian Army's historical context, I draw a timeline summarizing innovations in the war fought by India. During 1947 to 48, the first war with Pakistan, an innovative air link-up and supply of Srinagar, Punch, Leh, etc. ensured timely reinforcement of a beleaguered state under trying times. Thereafter, the movement and deployment of tanks in Zojila at 11,575 feet made the enemy bolt from their defended positions. Later, the liberation of Hyderabad was completed in less than 48 hours in a swift deployment of armor. We also saw the integration of Jamnagar, Jodhpur, and other princely states involved innovative negotiations by the Home Ministry, backed by the Indian Army, waiting to be launched for a decisive outcome. In 1961, we saw our paratroopers rushing down Panjim, liberating Goa from Portuguese occupation. A year later, the innovative airlift of AMX-13 light tanks to Chushul enclave delivered shock and awe at the Indo-Tibetan border. In 1965, the calibrated opening of Punjab's water bodies bogged down superior American tanks supplied to Pakistan, and India knocked them out with relatively vintage equipment, leading to over 97 decimated enemy tanks. In 1971, we saw innovative use of heli lifting of troops across the Meghna River, leading to Dhaka, and as also the raising of and planned coordination with Mukti Bahini, which resulted in a lightning campaign. At the same time, we saw our bomb disposal units created from grade 8 pass non-matriculated graduates using Jugaad innovation remains a key indicator of India's resolve to fight in defense of its homeland. In 1972 onwards, the army has been pressed with various commitments towards counterinsurgency, building border roads, countering IEDs, counterterrorism, etc. New threats, domains of cyber, space, information, social media, left-wing extremism, etc., continue to evolve as challenges that keep our armed forces and paramilitary fighting fit. From 1984 onwards, Siachen, the world's highest battlefield, continues to see helicopters operating beyond their ceiling limit, while our men from all over India are deployed in extreme weather conditions at the peak of their physical, mental, and emotional capabilities. It is yet another example where DRDO's solutions for extreme weather, including equipment, ready-to-eat meals, medical kits, water filtration, etc., are providing comfort to our troops. While the Indian Army's approach has been to deliver results, even to the peril of our soldiers' lives, there remains an inherent challenge to our nation in terms of dealing with resource allocations for social development priorities and balancing national security challenges given the nuclear context of our not-so-friendly neighborhood. The Rama Rao Committee examined the cadre of available scientists with their levels of training, education, and retention rates in R&D institutions and made certain findings that required serious review. Many of those concerns are still being resolved. Further, the defense expenditure on procurement, maintenance, and operation of various equipment, technology, and capabilities require long-term and expensive budget allocations at the onset. This is often followed by further expenditure for R&D within prevailing challenges of cost and time overrun, process inefficiencies, and delivery standards. These considerations always undergo a cost-benefit analysis debate while allocating national priorities, meeting present requirements against the future threats. We see through the study of our history that the absorption of transfer of technologies, the capacity to build or make within a non-R&D environment, and the rapidly evolving industry needs catching up through improved percentage of indigenization and global industrial collaboration at the same time. Some of these challenges are highlighted in the long gestation period between conceptualization and eventual development of our main battle tanks, light combat aircrafts, etc. Within this context, we have ISRO's path-breaking space program that has shown an example towards leading the way. With their collaborations across the world to launch multiple satellites, share real-time information with global stakeholders, and setting up educational institutions running programs from BSc right till PhD levels is one of the many ways in which an Indian organization has overcome existing innovation challenges. Meanwhile, the recent introduction of IDEX, Defense Innovation Organization, and the Indian Navy reinforcing its indigenization program are some of the recent changes that have commenced looping in our national aspirations with relevant stakeholders. There remain a few years before we get to see the impacts of encouraging deep science startups and their defense innovations in the choice of product, process, or human capital. Some glimpses were just shown by the speaker before me of the recent global crisis, COVID crisis, where evolution of dual-use systems like PPE kits, the NAV Rakshak that he had just shown us, has reduced sweating not only for submarine operators in our Navy, but also for doctors in the ICUs who were responding to the COVID crisis. We have also seen an oxygen regenerator technology developed by an officer of the Indian Navy that was provided for large-scale productions by MSMEs after rigorous testing. Now, the Indian Army has embarked on the journey towards utilizing AI ML towards monitoring and responding to threats of terrorism, cross-border infiltration, IEDs, etc. Technology capabilities have further improved our operational efficiencies in terms of repair and maintenance, handling of ammunition, logistics supply chain, etc. Our sensor-linked fire platform capabilities are evolving to provide immediate battle solutions, while there are various ongoing studies that are working towards fighting the next war within a context of revolution in military affairs, wherein technology, information, and processing response capabilities of fighters on both sides will be tested to the extremes. On the other hand, the Indian Army is also improvising and innovating whenever called out in aid to civil authority. You can see this during floods, disasters, and any other humanitarian crisis. These scenarios often include media-sensitive events such as children being rescued from bore wells, citizens being rescued from collapsed buildings or infrastructure, where progress of such operations may be live broadcast to the world and further casualties are unacceptable. Military theorists, meanwhile, continue to warn that even with the advent of latest technology and innovation, the basics of warfare have not changed since World War I in terms of tactics and strategy. The principles of war are now being tested in a new era where additional domains of space, cybersecurity, and information warfare present new challenges wherein the face of an enemy may not be known. Nations are evolving their response capabilities through domain awareness and developing suitable responses. The Indian Army is investing in these capabilities with rigor. At this point, one is reminded of the 1962 era, when Americans, while looking at our procurement requirements, suggested to our policymakers that the Indian Army lacked everything except bravery. Today, the Indian Army has shown global leadership in their counter-terrorism, peacekeeping missions, aid to civil authority, and all tasks called upon them. The Americans now see us as an important partner with a well-disciplined professional army that can conduct frequent joint exercises like Yodh Abhyas with them. The world has not forgotten how India decapitated Pakistan for restitution of the democratic rights of the people of Bangladesh. The exit of Indian troops after 3 months of ceasefire was as swift as that lightning campaign. Thus, India is seen as a potent nation with strong military capabilities that exercises restraint and upholds democratic principles. In this context, when one considers the challenges of innovation, indigenization, etc., one must not forget our social realities wherein we have to consciously balance our human security requirements with national security imperatives. In the 75th year since independence, our forefathers have created various institutions in terms of academic, policy, and social, while they have also developed human resources and manufacturing capabilities to the extent possible. And now we have a trained workforce that is also a large consumer base linked to the economy that is waiting to be integrated for national priorities. When I see the number of students over here in this audience, I just want to share my closing remarks to suggest the concept research for nation. With existing Har Kaam, Desh Ke Naam, there is a pressing need to link up our academia, industry, and government towards a comprehensive national power, which is a paramount for Indian economy that becomes an aggregator and integrator of its inherent diverse capabilities. We need to play on our strengths. We need to evolve a working methodology that overcomes initial barriers to provide a space for innovation in multiple ways that enables a resolute response to ever-evolving threats. The Rashtriya Raksha University has already signed MOUs with stakeholders to promote this spirit of nation building, And such conferences are the right direction to commence iterations on where we see ourselves in the 21st century. Thank you so much for inviting me. Jai Hind.
As we reach midway to our event for today, I would request the August gathering to further explore and extrapolate on the ideas we've gathered today morning at the lunch. As we disperse for the lunch, I would like the students to maintain the decorum and for the dignitaries to kindly exit. As a reminder, I would also request everybody to be seated in the auditorium by 2 p.m. for our second round of a very rigorous panel discussion after this very short break. Thank you. Jai Hind. I will now hand over the mic to Mr. Ajay Rajavat, as he will be our moderator for this panel session. Thank you.
Thank you, Aparna. Can I have all the images on the desk, please? Can you have a round of applause for the group?
Hello. Welcome. Is Dr. Rao coming? Professor Rao comes?
So starting, let me just first make the topic very clear that national security and the innovation arena are the same. How much we are doing, what are the outcomes, and what are the segments that actually need to be focused whenever the national security is being concerned. So I would like to start with Colonel Nitish Bhatnagar, sir. Sir, welcome to the podium. And before we start, I would like to know, what is your take on the innovations being done in national security domain, considering the cyber domain and the segment of digitizing the technology that armed forces are right now using? Please, sir.
Yeah, thank you, Ajay. Firstly, let me compliment you on you and Dr. Priyanka, of course, to conduct IPR CONCLAVE focused on national security innovations. And you and your team has really worked for the last few days to make this a success, which it is very evident. I was part of the morning interactions. I think there's a lot which we can take away as an outcome document from this conclave. And in the morning, we had some undergrad students who were here. Post lunch, the postgrads are here. And each one of you is affected or will be affected in one way or the other as far as the IPR is concerned. Getting back to your question, as also the theme of this conclave, which is intellectual property with a focus on national security innovation, more so on cyber. Now, we have had challenges. To get it very frankly, the laws of the land, there are challenges. It is not something which is totally in place. We had the national IP policy, if I'm not wrong, it was launched in 2016, if I'm not wrong, and May of 2016, if I remember correctly. Since then and now, while there has been a lot of impetus towards securing IP, there still is a challenge. And we are globally, we are way behind. But if you look at the global arena in which is there, if my figures are correct, in 2009, the number of patents which were of the IP which was secured by the United States was double that of China. And the last figures which came in of 2021, China is, I think, 5 times more than the US. And that is where, and most of these patents are, so there's nothing such as security. And there is everything such as national security. So everything which is there, be it a patent for automotive or autonomous automotive engineering, there is a patent for cyber security. There's a patent for something which is mechanical in terms of ramps. All those things are somewhere or the other coming together and contributing towards national security. A point made by Mr. Nagarajan today morning, that everything which is there around us,
be it the Googles or the cameras or the AI, everything has an intellectual property. There's a developer's intellectual property. And more so on this, I will discuss as we move forward.
So considering your take on there is always a war between US and China in the filing of the patents. Where you see India in that particular context? Because till now, 2022 we are in, and till now we don't have any monetization capability or a kind of an IP exchange for that particular thing. Also, what your take on national security patents applied by Indian Patent Office to US Patent Office? Like where India is standing right now on NetSec domain?
So there was this an accord between the US and India 2000 or a year or two back, I forget the exact dates, between DPIIT and US OPT. That is their patent office and our patent office. To have some kind of a coordination. And but somehow we still have an issue. We are not able to protect our patents. We have to. Well, in US it's a different problem. In US it's a different problem. They want everything to be. Again, these are my views personally. They want everything to be controlled. So the startup culture which is out over there, or the emerging culture of the ecosystem of filing patents, is typically all rests primarily with larger corporates and government. In China, it is not. In Israel had at some point of time, about 3-4 years back, it had become the nation as far as startups are concerned. Now, as far as national security is concerned, and more so because of the confidentiality of the game. Now, within that confidentiality of the game, you need to have IP, you need to have protected IP, because in case you have a leaky IP, there are chances that there could be a counter which emerges which can be used against you. And that is very important.
Yeah, considering that, just a follow-up question. Do you think that this IP and innovation thing should be centralized in India?
Well, I do not think so. In my personal view, while yes, you can have central repositories, you can have. I think recently, if I'm not wrong, Ajay, we had tried to showcase something to the Honorable Prime Minister, wherein for any new patent which comes out, any new IP which we are trying to file, you could have some. Please. We could have some kind of a credibility whether that patent could be filed. Now, you should have those systems. Yes. You should have a central repository. Yes. However, the capability to execute that on ground needs to be delegated down to the lowest level. There are so many things which are emerging. There is so much intellectual property which is emerging. It needs to be, I would say, it needs to be dual, a centralized data and a distributed execution.
So I think I have to come back to you on this more follow-up questions, because when it comes to India, US and China, we are going beyond international boundaries. So we have
maybe later on, I would also like to throw some or exchange my views on the cyber security part of securing patents. But that we will discuss later.
Like once it's going to be digitized, certainly we need that kind of policy for sure. Moving next, we are having, when we are talking about that international arena, we have Mr. Digvijay. So welcome, Digvijay, sir. Would like to know more about what sir said. Like there is always between a war between China and US whenever it comes to filing patents and getting granted. The West has actually done something better than us in terms of controlling our patents and stealing the innovation from India, because as far as I know how ecosystem works is like a team was developed something, filed a patent, but because of lack of the coordination, they got a West investor, and the same IP now goes to the Western podium. So what's your take on like how this particular IP and innovation ecosystem in West is strengthening, and how it can be a threat to an Indian ecosystem now?
Firstly, thank you, Ajay and Sastra, Team Sastra, for this invitation to speak at the IPR conclave and to share my views in front of the audience that we have here in auditorium and online. And I also greet my fellow panelists present here at the stage with me. To come back to your question, I think firstly we have to admit and accept a reality that is dawning upon us as humanity. You know, when it came to innovations early on, it was the military, for example, in the security domain, which was developing technologies, and then their civilian applications were being developed on the side. So a good example of that is the internet, which has become, so to speak, primarily civilian in character. But today the tables for innovations have turned, in a sense. A lot of innovation, technology development is happening in the civilian space, in universities, and then the security architecture is trying to develop a security application of those technologies. A simple example that comes to my mind is a tool like Twitter, which is so contested these days. Elon Musk has taken over Twitter and is trying to liberate it and bring free speech on it. But there has been enough contention in global discourses which suggests that how Twitter had become a forum and a platform for information warfare. So that being my first point. So and to sort of address this rivalry between US and China and where India fits in, to come back to your question, I think in India we should focus, as we all do culturally, is on reducing costs. It's important that we reduce the cost of innovation. A good example that while I was preparing for these interventions here, I came across a very good, interesting example. We all know that in the drone segments, there is this company from China called DJI, which has captured a significant chunk of the market, globally speaking. So, what has the West done in terms of countering such a threat, where they intend to sort of also bring their own technology in the space? So one initiative that they have taken, or encouragement that is being given even by the US Department of Defense, is that that they are encouraging companies to sort of work on and develop a lot of softwares which run drones. For example, they be related to flight control systems or their interactions with the ground stations from open source platforms, because the cost of developing algorithms from scratch is then somewhat reduced, because the companies don't have to start working from ground zero and then start developing their technologies. So that is one good practice that I came across that is happening in the West, and which I think is being primarily done as a counter to the geopolitical risks that China is posing to them. So in India, I think we must also perhaps explore similar such opportunities where open source technologies are encouraged, where where students in the universities or any developer is encouraged to sort of further develop customizations on it, where further IP protection can be considered.
So more or less, like, I think open source is the thing on which right now we are relying, right? Because most of our academic architecture and all are being taught on those particular things. When we say that working on a compiler, though it also comes from West, I think, right? So it's little tough, but still, like, considering the international landscape that you just mentioned, what do you think, like, where India stands in terms of saving and protecting innovations inside country, and how we can actually control those innovations that are literally going outside because of lack of coordination, and like sir said, centralization is not there yet. For example, I am, or like a student from syntax is developing something. Somehow the faculty who is aligned with that particular person doesn't think that it's a novel. Okay. So he's not able to reach that patent office or something. But somehow it gets a Western investor on Upwork.com or some another website, and that innovation goes there. What do you think? What's India's take on it? Because whenever innovation landscape is considered, it needs to be regulated. And as you said, West and other countries are already regulated it. So what's India's take on that?
So, from an Indian point of view, So I was again trying to do some research on it, and when it came to, let's say, IP proliferations from a country or IP thefts as a matter, most, let's say, hits that were coming even on Google, on a simple Google search, were about how America is feeling threatened, that their IP is getting stolen by China, through whatever designs that exists. So perhaps I am being a bit too honest, but I don't think we are at a stage where we are so worried about IP. Our first priority should be, as Colonel Bhatnagar also suggested, that the innovation has to be decentralized. Every university, every student has to develop that mindset. There is a requirement of a cultural shift within universities, not just with the students. It's equally true with the universities as well. Uh, we have had premier institutes of technology in our country for so long. We have had Indians sort of leading global companies for long, but we are yet to sort of create those companies of those volumes, given that we have a big market as well. So, in that regard, I believe that no, I don't particularly see it as a threat to India at the moment. And when it comes to approaching the problem from a regulatory sense, India has, for the since history, sort of adopted a more public policy approach to intellectual property rights, where we have prioritized the rights of people and over the rights of the inventor, for that matter. Now, it has led to, it's a tricky situation always. IPR creates a tricky situation where we want to protect the rights of the person who has developed that technology, and sort of encourage that more innovators to sort of come up with new inventions. But at the same time, you also want the benefits of it to sort of be scaled at mass. So in India, particularly when it came to patents, let's say, for example, in the pharma sector, which has successfully worked for us, is how we've sort of used compulsory licensing. So in our country, we haven't always deployed the intellectual property rights in the true sense of the spirit, which is the capitalist spirit with which the Americans and the West developed it. So there is a cultural shift that is required within our country of accepting and understanding the costs of doing these things, and which is why I had made an initial remark on how in India, because everything is so much surrounded around cost, that we should work actually towards reducing the cost of innovation. We should, as a university, perhaps, or as stakeholders in this debate, decide what are the first principles on the basis of which we want to develop our IPR. These first principles could be something as simple as cost. Once you have developed the technology, there comes a maintenance cost. So how do we sort of cut down on maintenance cost? The third could be the usability. Who is a user? So, these are just simple examples of what could be the first principles. But we need, as a country, to define what are first principles and start working around those lines.
Yeah, I think some kind of protocols needs to be defined. But to add to your point on that, already we have lost Flipkart as SoftBank is investing, the Nykaa, the Myntra, Zomato also. So you can see, like we always say, that Chinese are our enemies, but certainly we welcome them whenever they are trying to give us the money from that particular angle. So moving to in that context, just moving ahead, we have Professor Koteshwar Rao, sir, who is an IPR expert, and that too is having plenty of experience, like he shared in the morning. Sir, I'm having only one simple question to you. Are you satisfied with the actual policy?
We have to run the bit. You never satisfy everyone. We are in a competitive world, so we have to learn the intellectual property protection was not an answer. In India, we have tradition is sharing knowledge, not protecting. To share, your knowledge will improve. But since the Western market has become saturated, see, in India now, today also, we have a market for everything. We have a market for second-hand product, third-hand product. The developed world, they have market only for the novel product, not for the others. So that's where they bought this intellectual property. It's a Western interest. So, but anyway, globally, everyone has accepted it, and otherwise also to give the return on investment or to reward the innovators. we have to protect it, and we all have globally, everybody is accepted it. So the trade-related intellectual property rights, suppose 2005 January 1st, where we become signatory to that. And of course, there are a lot of riders in this, like one compulsory license. So one of the classic case was the first case in Indian history, even up to the Indian Supreme Court. The where Naxal were tried. Okay, it cures, not exactly cures the cancer, but it just extend the life of the patient, right? So we all have to run with what all others are doing around us. Like around it, now it is a global village, right? So everyone is around us, so we have to run. We have to sign through the competitive environment. So we have to accept. We have to protect the intellectual property. There is no other way. Okay. And coming to the the friend said, the faculty may not aware of the value of that idea. So this is the right time for all of us, meaning faculty has to be sensitized, to be made aware of what exactly the intellectual property is, right? And Dr. Sahu was here in the morning, right? So NRDC will take care of all your expenses. You no need to send a single penny from your pocket for filing the patent. They will file on your behalf. You will be the inventor, okay? Your university will be the owner. NRDC is a facilitator from Government of India, right? And they will also take the next level of commercialization. If the technology is commercially viable, see, out of 100 patents which are granted, hardly 5 to 7% are commercially viable. Not 100 patents are commercially viable. We don't know what will happen with that idea unless you protect it, unless you work on the prototype, unless you bring it to the market. We can't say the value of that intellectual property. There are inventions which were after granting the patent also people have not exercised, but somebody else has did a research and found that those patents are having a lot of value and good. So those people have brought those patents into the market in the form of taking license from the university. So now sensitization of what intellectual property right all about is very, very important for the faculty, then the student. So whatever comes to your mind, whatever you feel it is novel or there is novelty in this, better talk to your faculty, and then obviously RRU will definitely going to have a IPR cell. It could have established an IPR cell where all these inventions student can go there and talk to the the central coordinator.
In addition to that, if I say, sorry to interrupt in between, the faculty is already like considering the academic structure that we have right now, right? Being it innovation or the IP or whatever, the point is, faculty is already overloaded with the academic burden. In that particular context, when we say a faculty is teaching some AI or ML things, they are taking like from 6 hours to 7 hours, they have to take the classes and everything. Do you really think that that's why I asked like IPR policy that is institution is adopting? Okay, they are adopting to file the patents.
No, that's
Not to
see,
track the novelty.
you take MIT. MIT has a technology licensing activity. They also do patenting. I think there are around 400 people works in that company, right? So the inventor, all the inventors are not entrepreneurs, but all the entrepreneurs are the inventors. So MIT, like the faculty scientist, we create. We don't know what the commercial value is. There is a team will come to you and they will take your invention, will do rest of the thing. Because creation is only your passion, that's what your work is. You will be teaching, you will be doing lab tests, and your students will be working on some laboratory tests and all. They come up with some novel thing. They will inform to the technology licensing of the IPR office, whatever you call, the centralized office. It is an office job to do all other things. It is not the faculty job. Okay, faculty should have to know whether this particular stuff will go for IP protection or not. That is very, very important. He has to tell his students also who are doing projects that something what we are doing is novel. Let us inform to the IPR office. Let them take care of it.
So it is going to be a little contradictory if I tell you. As per the national IPR policy, there are some segments that needs to be taken care of. But all the ranking mechanism within our country is actually IP driven. the number of highest IP filed by the institution will get some credits. So in that context, we cannot expect a novel IP or a quality IP coming out of a student. In that case, what institutes do, they ask faculty to file the patent just to get the number. So don't you think there is a little bit of modification required?
Actually, this is, the way, with the way everyone has to run that. See, everywhere across the globe, everyone was talking about patent, IP, and other things. The startup was started, so now we're doing good. Okay. See, you have to invest, government is invest pouring money in all the incubation centers and all. It doesn't mean that every incubation center will, create a blockbuster. Out of, let's say, 1,000 incubation centers, even if you create 1%, 1,000 startups, which can make to the unicorn list, that is enough for the government. It is an investment. As a, like, to take as a family, you have 4 kids. All your 4 kids are not equally into knowledge. Everyone has a different kind of skill. But as you give a basic thing for them. So government is giving a basic infrastructure. So patenting is also one of them. At the same time, for the NRS ranking, patent is not only the criteria, there are so many criteria. Patent will be given, let's say, there is a cutoff for that. See, so for IP, you will get maximum 10 marks. Even if you have 200 patent, your upper ceiling is 10. Similarly, for the infrastructure, for collaboration, for the MOU, for the faculty student ratio. So there are any number of factors based on which your ranking is calculated, not only the IP. IP is one of the key factors these days. And the same time, we have this one, right? AICT runs Institute Innovation Council, IIC, and all this, So they also give ranking, 5-star. So for 5-star, you will get 1 rank, 1 mark in the ranking.
Okay.
So in that way, they are taking that.
I asked you because I was a part of IIC team over there and ARIA ranking also. But I saw institutes just running behind that. So what do you recommend? Mass filing or quality filing?
So quality filing is very, very important. Okay. See, quality is, end of the day, quality is important. But at the same time, we can't say whether whatever you're filing it is the quality one or not, unless it becomes a prototype, comes into the market, right? So quality, initial stage, I mean, it is very premature kind of thing to speak about. Because initially there is a lot of risk, right? We don't know. So that's the reason. Initially, the investors who invest in small ventures, they take much bunch of the share in the venture because that is a risk. So the moment it is growing, so risk is faded. Like you are clear about what exactly is going to happen. So risk gets decreased. So the value goes up. So that's how the value is going.
Yeah. Certainly, it's a good point, and I recommend, sir, like as you are also in the committee of those things, so recommend you to just not to push the number of the filings. Instead of that, quality filing should be considered for the ranking.
See, even if you file, see, the NRDC will not simply file your patent. There is a committee who checks the novelty of your patent. See, everything is not patentable. Okay. That should be novel. Novel in the sense globally, anywhere in the literature should not be there. Morning, I was speaking about you should not supposed to share your idea in a public forum because that's where the novelty goes. Like novelty, your recommended novelty will be law. So you keep it secret. So novelty is very, very fundamental and initial condition. Then you have to say it is not obvious. It should be non-obvious. See, in a glass of water, I can add 100 grams sugar, I can say it is sweeter. I can add 200 gram sugar and say the efficiency has gone up. So novel. So it is not novelty. It should be non-obvious. So if I say 1 plus 1 is equal to 2, it is obvious. If I prove 1 plus 1 is equal to 11, it is non-obvious. So that inventive step should be there in your idea, in your invention. Then you are eligible for filing the patent. You are damn sure that you will get the patent. So your idea should able to cross these 2 checks. The third one is industrial application. So industrial application by default, whatever we make in general, we make based on the problem what we have at our hand. So Mr. Nagarajan has morning informed you that around 700 problems were listed on some portal. you better go through those problem statements. Take one of them. Let us solve it. And if you make a good solution for this, that is what intellectual property. Because those problems will be going to help millions of people here. So you will become a social innovator. There are so many social innovators. They take societal problems, they create solutions. Of course, they find a parent, they give the solution free of cost. And government NGOs are there to help support them. There is one inventor based on his invention in that movie. What is that? Napkin issue. What is it? Batman. He was a school dropout. If you have watched that movie, you know what was the story. The guy was from Coimbatore. So that technology was transferred to all the third world countries free of cost for the self-help groups run by the ladies. So you should have to think in that direction. So that is a noble thing, right? If you solve such kind of problem, you feel very proud of yourself being an Indian here. And when we are talking about the intellectual property, someone is taking away and someone is investing in Western fellows and see, no one can stop others, right? It is a global, like after WTO, it has made, everything liberalization and all, LP, liberalization, privatization, global. So there is no boundaries as such, right? Whosoever having a mother power, that is having money, you can invest anywhere. All the governments are giving their policies out there in the place, right? We all are after the investors in our country, right? We look for FDI and all because that will create more employment, that will create revenue generation, that will add to our GDP, right? So when you talk about the inventions or a patent or intellectual property, whatever, this is a territorial right, okay? So if you file in India, you will get patent only in India, you will get protection only in India, not elsewhere. So if you have to have the protection elsewhere, you have to file there. You have to pay whatever fee those countries are charging. Like in US, if you want to have a patent, to manage a patent, you have to spend at least $100,000. Okay, it's not easy, right?
Yeah, so we came to know that patent is territorial in nature, isn't it?
Yeah, territorial. So the moment you file a patent here, if you want to have the protection for your patent in elsewhere, so you have to inform the Indian Patent Office. There is a route called Patent Cooperation Treaty, PCT route. That PCT is international patent, meaning there are 170 plus countries party to this treaty, part of this treaty. Okay, signatory to this treaty, India also included. So you file one patent application and seek protection in all these countries. You wish to seek because it comes with cost. A lot of money you have to be paid for those patents, but you will get a window of I think around 36 months to decide where you want the protection. You can file one patent application in India. Okay, choose for patent cooperation treaty. When we will go for that, you feel your invention is going to solve the problem of the globe. Like you feel there is a big market for this invention. At least this invention will be going to have a big market in at least 10 geographies. Then you choose PCT, one application, and then choose the countries, then file the respective countries fee and all. So that will be taken care of. So once the invention is published, so nobody else can get the patent anywhere else in the globe, on the globe. But anybody can infringe or copy your patent elsewhere where you don't have a protection.
Alright, sir.
So if you have filed a patent in India, you have not filed elsewhere, anybody can freely use your patent in those countries. Our country only can protect if the material is flowing from those countries to our country border. The customs people can be informed this is a patented invention, so don't allow it. You can't do more than that. So intellectual property is a territorial.
Thank you, sir.
Not all the
IP. On that, we are going a little bit less of time.
Yeah.
So quickly we have to go. I know, you can take the entire lecture on that, and certainly we need that. That is the reason during the lunch I requested that sir, can we have
definitely we plan an elective course, 30 hours.
So moving forward, sir, as you all came to know that patent is territorial in nature, and so it doesn't like that whatever you file in Gujarat, someone else can file the same in Delhi, right?
No,
It's about
India is
India.
territory.
So in India, you are developing, patenting something that needs to be covered from other countries also. So moving to that part, we have Ms. Kriti Manhas from Sikvis, and she is an, I'll not say that an IPR expert, but she did her master's in IPR. So would like to know from her views, considering that, what is the current status of the national security IP in India?
So as Sir continued what Sir has mentioned, that IPR is a territorial right, but the novelty is not territorial. Novelty is one right that I want to specify. Anything that you have, for example, invented or have given at a lesser cost, as Adrian was mentioning, whatever you have done in India, that should be novel in the entire world, and it should not be either patented or discussed or in a research paper also or theoretical also mentioned anywhere else. So that's why in the morning when the sir was saying that even if you have an idea, you should not share it with anybody else, because even if you have theorized it in a research paper, it makes it your idea and it makes it a publishable material. And then you will not be able to have a patent over it. So whenever you have an idea or otherwise, you should have it registered at least in one country, that is if you are in India, and then the PCT procedures that I have already mentioned, that in other countries as well you can protect your IP rights. Apart from patents, there are other rights as well, which you can protect if you are coming up with, what to say, product. For example, the patented product will also have a trademark, or otherwise also you can have, if you have written a research paper on your ideas, you can have a copyright on it. There is then designs and integrated circuits which are also protected under IPR. So all of you are from engineering background, you would know how important integrated designs are, right? And innovations in integrated designs are also protected as part of IPR. Then traditional knowledge are also part of IPRs, and plant variety are also part of IPR. So not just the domain of, let's say, computers or softwares, cybersecurity, but if you are doing some innovation in seeds, new type of variety of seeds and all of that is also protected under the IPR. This is the broader picture that I'm giving of IPR rights in India. A lot of IPR rights in India, first and foremost, condition to protect your right is that you give all the information that you have, including your pictures, designs, ideas, whatever prototype that you would design, to the patent office or otherwise to a trademark if it's a logo, or as today I was mentioning that Defense Expo, they have trademark the logo. So in a picture, everything you have to give and submit to these IP offices. So in exchange of this information to a broader public, to the public, you are having that protection, right? But the question will come to your mind that certain times when it comes to national security, a lot of things cannot be given into public domain or cannot be, shared with public when it comes to, let's say, arms ammunition or certain types of designs of rifles, for example, right? That you have come up with. SASTRA also have connections to private manufacturers that last year, if you were here, you must have attended that conference as well. So if you are having that collaboration and you are designing or are into all of those designs, there is certain protections which doesn't show in the numbers that it is a patentable product, but comes under the secrecy in patents, integrated designs and designs act. So these are the three, and also plant variety. So in these four acts, apart from trademarks, and copyrights. Secrecy is also part of certain inventions, certain ideas that you come up with. So you don't even have to share your ideas with the patent office itself, because these are matters of national security. So if you are talking about such ideas which are, at stake for national security or patents, these information cannot be asked in RTIs or by patent office. That is also one part of the IPR regime, right? So when we are constantly talking about how US and China are, growing in innovations that they are coming up. Since 4 years, India has also increased 5%, 5 times the patent filing that is done in India. But the borderline for this is still now 76% of the patents that are filed in India are still by the foreign companies. So we should, as part of Rashtriya Raksha University, should focus on that, because we focus more on making India indigenization of products. We can come up with these ideas where even if the patent numbers are increasing in India, but still 76% are still by outsiders. So we have to think on those lines, and a little bit focus, I think, from our end, if can be given on those terms. We could also come up with certain ideas which can be patented, and India can increase in numbers as well.
That's really a good thought that you have given, that whenever we are having an idea that is related to the national security and that can be patented, there is a secret way to do that. That was not known to me also. So thank you for the information, KTG. So before we proceed forward, would like to have Nidish to speak up about that. Actually, that sounds a little interesting, how we can protect IP through cyber things. So before we proceed further to the different discussions, let us just know what's actually is in your mind.
Yeah, and before I think the audience from Kanji, I'll do that. Okay, so there are two things which are there, and now I will put on, besides speaking on cyber security, I will also put on my other hat, which is of additional director SASTRA. Now, there's a point which is here, which has been made both by Professor Rao and also by Ms. Minhas. SASTRA is highly capable of, and it is, for setting up a vertical which handles IP. It already is doing that, filing patents, commercializing. So all those things are happening, and I'm extremely proud to say that Navy and Army innovations are following the SASTRA, which I think is one thing which is great. Besides that, it does a lot of market survey, need analysis, novelty certification, and all those things, which is very much important. Getting back to the securing of your own IP. Most of the IP, and it's not only you, most of the IP in larger corporates, they guard it, I mean, with just about everything which they have. Because that is where their commercial code lies. And cyber security is one thing. So while they may be guarding it, a larger, they would put, various layers and such like things around it. But in my various interactions with corporate, I've seen that there is that understanding of cyber security is somewhere not where it should be. And even in our case, the IT Act, and Ms. Manas can correct me, while Section 75 talks about acts of the soil, and so does the Indian Penal Code. But the IT Act is silent on copyright, trademark, geographical indicators. You spoke about integrated circuits, about their thefts. So that is another thing which is there. In terms of securing of networks, because everything which is there, which needs to be filed as a patent, a trademark, a copyright, IP would reside somewhere in the digital space. And you have both kinds of actors who are trying to secure it, as also actors who are trying to extract it for various reasons. So all those who are not filing patents, especially the students from the IT school who are not filing patents, I think you can start at securing the patents. It's very important.
Thank you, sir. Wonderful speech on that segment. So we have with us Colonel Jain from says this. There is having an expertise in GIS. So while I was just writing the name of the panelists, I thought that we also, it's our duty to know like what is the technological advancements in terms of novelty that is being done by Army so far. So your view and insights on the technology you're working on the GIS. Can you have some views on it?
Firstly, after listening to so many eminent speakers in science, I have decided to go home. So what I'm going to talk is while there is a lot of events happening within the army, but then GIS for security, when we put the word security, is not restricted only to military operations. Whether we talk police, whether we talk intelligence, whether we talk military, GIS, that is Geographical Information System, is required by almost everybody. The start of GIS happened from the construction industry, and the bottom line of GIS, anything which exists on ground needs a GIS. What I am here, while I agree with the panelists, I am here. I came with a very different idea. I am not academically, I would say, that sound as far as IPR and these things are concerned. But I am here to tell you certain concepts and certain ideas which researchers within our university, or for that matter, any researcher who is a student, can work on. And at this university, we may be able to guide, mentor, help them with you. But idea is to generate something worthwhile from whether syntax or anybody who's in the university to work on. So I would like to take a few minutes to explain where are the lacunas, where are the gaps, and where as novel ideas you can fit in. What Army is doing is a different level. I would not like to disclose it unless I have the right authorizations. But yes, where the gaps, the lacunas, and where young minds like yours who are absolutely fresh with latest technologies can contribute. Okay, if you see the first slide, you please understand that our generation, all of us who are sitting, except the lady in red, we are technology migrants. Okay, we migrated to technology at a certain age. We are not technology natives. So first problem with GIS is what my first point is: click to finish. For a particular function, when you do on GIS, for military or something, I may be a GIS expert. I know step A, B, C, D, E. But if I give it to somebody who's not a GIS qualified or he's specialized in the domain of intelligence, a non-GIS player, he will throw the invention straight into the dustbin if he's got more than 3 clicks to do. So while in the background, you can have all your 8 cores sweating out, all your 10 threads working away, you have to minimize the number of clicks from the start of the problem till you get the solution. That is number one. Number two, it has to be user-friendly. Today, there are a lot of GISs which are available in the market, but they require at least a course worth about 3 to 4 months for anybody to understand. The GIS has to be user-friendly, and the most user-friendly GIS today in the world is Geoda, which has been developed by university only. It has been developed by San Antonio University in US developed it, and it has taken the market by fire. So that is the second thing you need to understand. It has to be user-friendly. When I say user-friendly, you start a flow. At the end, you realize that you had committed an error in the beginning. So you have to go back to that. Yes, with new technologies, new languages, You can go into subroutine, but you can come back to a particular subroutine, restart. That's number two. Third is, can GISs speak to each other? If I do some work, it has to go to another organization. So what I had an idea, which I proposed, and I had discussed with Colonel Bhatnagar also in the past, that cross-board, as far as security is concerned, the base GIS should be same. And you can give plugins already developed based on the functionality of that organization. For example, the base GIS of military, base GIS of NIA, IB, RAW, the base GIS should be same. And you can give plugins only vertical functions based on their requirement. Why? Because as a matter of national security, all these things have to work in synergy. So what I analyze and send to the next guy should be able to read. If his GIS is not compatible to mine, God bless. I've just thrown initial innovation kind of a thing, which is an idea for syntax, which I want to throw right now. Or anybody who's interested in subjects like Python and data mining and all. Like, as I said, disparate format inputs. Today's world, whenever you have to load anything on GIS, you have to first get it to a particular format. So your system should be able to ingest, get it to the correct format, and then load it on your system. The ideas are to whether it's the text document, whether some input from posting, whether somebody tells you verbally, fact of the matter is, the system should be able to ingest that. Today's GISs, whether in military or outside, are very, very, I would say, constrained on this matter. They need a particular format fee. There is one place where new ideas are required to work. Then, as you see, standard, nothing very great, latitude, longitude. Now, the other thing which also has to understand is creation of a spatial database. We lack that big time in GISs across the security organization. So, creation of spatial database, whether it is RDBMS, user-friendly, using people, using primary key, whatever you want to do. So, think of creating a spatial database which can be utilized cross-time. Then, of course, our GIS analysis, adaptive projection, this is technical because when you have the Earth from 3D to 2D, it is called projections. So that development is required, which is very simple. Anybody can discuss and do it. Can I have the next slide? Like, this is a very simple plot. This we picked up from the incident. It is when they say hindsight is 2020. When the Prime Minister had an issue in Bhatinda. So we took that as a case study and did it on GIS. Now this in routine requires about 5 to 6 days. So, but you can cull it down to 1 or 2 if you're willing to work on it. Next one. These are the functions which anybody among the audience, please have a look-see, because this is what you can do in this organization if you know Python and if you know data mining. There are a few functions. If you can work on these, we'll have something worthwhile to project. Spatial clustering constrained with attribute commonality you need for crime management. Attributable data mining, again, profiling of rogue people, terrorists, etc. Very important. Market basket function. This is for co-location. A priori algorithm, I'm sure most of you would have read. East coast path and vector deviations. This is what you need when you have to study movement of terrorists, or for that matter, your own security forces have to move. All these are very simple. If you work, as I said, most of the GISs work on a Python.
In a way, it is a problem statement that you are showing right now.
I am showing them ideas which they can use to innovate and which will help the security organization as on date.
Is it going to be a novel one?
Yes. Most of this is novel stuff. Most of this is novel stuff. I am not nowhere I have the knowledge or I have the understanding to say whether they are patented, non-patented, territorial, that technical language experts to my right are better known. But yes, what I am showing you is novel stuff required in today's environment as far as GIS is concerned.
So as per your analysis, these kind of things are not available so far.
Not, it is available to somebody who understands the processes of GIS, like a GIS expert. But when you give it to somebody who's an int guy or who's an ops guy, I don't expect him to be a GIS expert. As I said, click to finish. I can't tell him to do 10 processes to get the result.
So in a way, like the process is already there, we're just simplifying it by these steps.
Not exactly. There are 2 or 3 processes which you can develop afresh.
Okay.
So these are something which all those who keep and collected from the data and try and think over it. Next one, please. Next slide, please.
Can we move it a little faster?
Yes, yes. Slide to
Slides.
Yeah. Like for example, this is mobility corridor is very simple. You pick up the equipment profile from James military domain. Terrain, you got a demolition elevation file. Soil data you can get. NDVI, you can calculate, and time slide. Very easily doable by anybody who has basic knowledge of Python. But it is not available on routine GIS today. So think about it. Next one. This is just an image of mobility corridors. Next one.
Next, please.
Next slide.
Next.
Okay, this is important because this is a project which SITAX had started, but I think it stopped somewhere. That is what crime mapping, sir. What the paper which was submitted on crime mapping in English. Now, after crime mapping, if you create a database as we discussed and go through these functions, your investigation process gets reduced by almost 70%.
So your mic.
Your investigation process reduces almost by 70%. As of now, all the universities have gone to crime mapping as part of their studies, whether it is criminology, whether it is forensic attack. Papers have stopped at crime mapping, done at various thanas, etc., etc. But the same crime mapping, if it comes to a common database and you build it up like this, you will have everything readily available. Next one. And you can have a dashboard the way you customize. With that as a basic run, I am sanguine that certain ideas by the students or with guidance of faculty can be worked out. And military GIS is one domain which needs, as on date, a lot of support. That is to graduate from GIS expert to user friendly and to the standard military user. Who's as I said, technology migrant and not a technology user. So think about it, and then we can take it from there.
Thank you for your insights, sir, on that. Though I was not aware about that GIS things, but from these points, I think I can say that I am 20% aware of GIS now. So
I would like to add a little bit that algorithms and software per se don't have a patent protection. They comes under the exceptions of patent. So algorithms and software, unless you associate it with a hardware or a product which can be used, then only it would be patentable, which then can be used in the market. But per se, softwares cannot be patentable. It is a subject matter of copyright. And that's why a lot of debate is going on how to change the IP system to include AI algorithms to get a patent protection.
I think in that context, that is the main subject of today's event, that international landscape for national security innovations. As you rightly said, ma'am, whatever we are developing, that too in GIS, that sir said, if it's going to be novel or if it's going to be something constructive in terms of national security and that can be helpful for army, we cannot simply just throw it away on a GitHub and make it that kind of thing that is accessible to all. Certainly, there's a question that how we can patent these things up. So just to sum up the discussion that we recently had, I would like to thank all panelists, Colonel Bhatnagar sir, Professor Rao, Colonel Jain, Mr. Digvijay and Ms. Keerti for enlightening us to get more insights on NetSec related IP things. And would like to mention one more thing here, that sir, like you mentioned, I think there is a point of concern that we must take some steps ahead to first protect our IP online. Because right now, how the patent office is working, like Ms. Kriti said, that there is a process of going to the filing and something. It's not at all secure on that level. So considering that, thank you all for attending the session. And just to add on, your certificates will be disbursed. You will receive a link that can be accessed on Sastra's website. That's what we are going to make live. And there will be a few set of questions from this panel discussion and from the morning session. You just answer those questions and your certificate will be downloaded. Thank you.
So, what are the correct answers?
You have to give correct answers for that.
You have to pass to get the certificate.
Yes, for the 10 questions, and make sure like we have added little bit of novelty. It's not going to be repeated questions. So if you're trying to cheat, certainly you're not going to pass. Yes.
I think we just open the floor. Anybody has any questions?
Yeah, so like, I just forgot the Q&A session was also there. Anyone is having any questions, please ask. I can see the sleepy eyes. That's the reason I didn't go on. Yeah, please.
Pass on the.
Sure.
Otherwise, you get up and speak to them.
I have a question for all of you. Is NFT is the future of IPs? Like you said that your heading of the PPT was IP is the world's next currency. So can NFT be the next currency? Next, I can see that.
What is NFT?
Non-fungible token.
There's a lot of crypto thing is going on. You all know. Okay. One of our student also invented one crypto polygons. We already made to the unicorn club. Okay. We called him also last week. So crypto, it is completely a volatile kind of market. Okay. We can't guarantee it. Okay. During the corona, how it was fluctuated. So that I can't comment, but there are countries and some companies, they are already accepting crypto. Even Elon Musk also said those coins they can accept. But as far as you are saying, like, for this, we should have to have a policy framework in place, how it works. So it is not that only will be using here. Whatever you make, it should be internationally traded. Otherwise, there is no meaning for currency. For intellectual property, your patent will be taken as a collateral, you will get finance for that. There are many banks in Western world, even in India also. For example, I don't want to name companies. They have value, based on this trademark value, they have got thousands of crores from the banks. Okay.
NFTs are also globally available. It's a marketplace for NFTs also.
Yeah, of course. That's what. So you need to have a regulation in place. Unless it is really regulated, really has policies in place. So we can't say it will become a global currency.
So in addition to what Sir said is like NFT was introduced just to protect the visual properties that we have.
That's why I'm saying
so, yeah. So considering the value of that particular NFT that is coming from a meme is very less. But considering why NFT was introduced, it was just a trial test bed to test like how this particular thing moves in a blockchain. So if you can, it actually shows like NFT actually shows like if you can monetize a meme, then you can monetize an actual patent. So why it is a next currency? It's not like that you're buying something on Amazon and you can use your NFT or that. No. It's something like that. You can creating the value of that particular meme. If that some company wants in their ad or something, they can put a valuation of it. Yeah, I'm buying it for $1 million, $2 million, $3 billion. This is that. But in our country, it's very tough to implement NFTs also. That's why Sir said that we need a proper policy framework to address that. And once that is done, YP as a next currency will definitely wake up. Thank you.
Very good. Join us the hybrid accessibility. Okay. So I just wanted to ask, like, in NCC, we are facing many problems according to the app diversity pricing. There is an is lagging behind, and we are like, and I suppose that RRU and SASTRA and even the CITEX bilaterally can, make a new app for NCC credits, and so that, like, I got many ideas behind it, like, I did many camps, and I found that there were more details available to anyone that what to do, how to do it, where to do. So I just want that, is it possible that my ideas can be subjected to SASTRA and CITEX, and we can create bilaterally an app which can help NCC credits and the future leaders? And how is And how will be they protected from the outer space?
This process is already on at the NCC College of Wildlife. Wherein they are focusing on developing a they're looking for idea. So in this, you have some worthwhile idea. You can be routed to the NCC directed here. But yes, what you are asking, the process is already on at NCC College. So give your idea, then we put to the NCC directed.
Like the question that you asked, I'd like to add this one point here is from this particular session, I think the idea came in your mind, isn't it? It's better like to adopt the things that were discussed in the session, document it. Come to Shastra, that was like sir said, like both units are like we are not disintegrated, we are an integrated one. Once you come up with the concept note or whatever you have made, we'll try to give it a form, we'll check if it's not existing, then the best advantage that RRU is having is the direct access to the armed forces. So that can be pitched, but considering the session is going on the topic, you must document it first. And then come to us, we'll take it up.
So you have good thoughts, while it's not related to the IPR conclave. However, as Colonel Jain has said, please give your thoughts, give your ideas, and let's share it with the PGHCC. And I'm so sure every thought has merit, every thought has done. So please do that, and please follow up on it.
So clap for the first innovation coming out of the session. Conversion rate is less, but certainly I think we have a week or so. Any more questions, please?
Whether no one else, I have seen one erstwhile developer of an operating system sitting there. Can the developer get up and speak?
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Vijay from FedEx. In the lockdown time, I was free and watching YouTube videos.
You don't need to give the exact thing, it's just as a keep it secret.
The thing is, there are different operating systems in all over the world. The major operating systems are Linux, Linux the kernel, then Mac OS, Windows, and Chrome OS. So the thing is, the most of the users, more than 90% of the users in the world are using Windows, and about 8% are using Mac OS, and the rest of are using Linux. And Linux is mostly used for servers and mobile operating systems. The thing is, none of the operating system is made in India, neither is updated from India. Indian government has already made an operating system for armed forces and other government operating operating system, Bharat operating system solutions. And there are three more, like RRU-Linux, Linux, and one more on there, but they are discontinued right now. So the current one are both operating system, which is kind of discontinued. The latest builds are not given to the public, and the one which is going on to is Linux, which is accepted by a lot of gamers and the gamers who use Linux because it. But the thing is, India can make an operating system because it is a core thing which can secure the all the things like operating system main thing which operates to all the hardware and all the software. So that is networking, then the accessing of the files and storage, then your camera access, each and everything. So if the operating system is in the control of ourselves, then we can go to each and every activity to answer this. So you wanted to protect your image, right?
I guess
It's already mentioned by the speaker, the graduate of IIT Kharagpur, RRU. See, software per se is popular, okay? But your software goes with invention, like hardware, work only with that. Then together you get to pay. So most of these kind of software, we find there is an inventive thing along with the algorithm. This algorithm across the globe, except USA, I mean, it is popular. Okay. But the program what you are saying about is specifically designed for a particular kind of instrument, so it goes with that. There is together they will get paid. And copyright, yes, please. Copyright is an inherent right. No need to go to get registered. The moment you started writing something, it is rated back. The sentence is rated back. So copyright is an inherent right. And so as for the Bern Convention, there is a Bern, it was Bern in Switzerland, capital, I think, right? So there was a convention happened, and there are 186 countries globally are party to this, signature to this convention. So everyone, all these countries, the way they protect the copyright of their own countries individuals or authors, they have to give same protection for others. So it is an inherent right, but it has, comparatively, when you compare with the other form of IP like patent, it has a greater protection because it protects only the expression of the author, how you are expressing. That's the reason we have hundreds of books on Rama and Mahabharata, Puran. I mean, you take any such kind of thing, there are so many authors they have written. So the expression is only protected here, not the complete document. Yes.
So, thank you, sir. Next question, I think deliberately two speakers talked about So another second innovation coming in. Still, the
couple of more questions.
Yeah, so we are taking two more questions after we will end. Please pass the mic. Mention your college name also.
Thank you, sir. MCC is very actually. हम इनोवेशन आईपीआर के बारे में बात कर रहे हैं तो मेरा ये मानना है कि इंटरेस्ट की पर्टिकुलर थिंग इनोवेशन का पर्टिकुलर सर हमने ड्रोन और जेआईएस के बारे में दोनों के बारे में बात किया तो मेरा दोनों में इंटरेस्ट है जेआईएस एंड ड्रोन दोनों और सबसे अच्छी बात यह है कि यहाँ पे कोर्स भी हो रहा है द ओनली थिंग व्हिच स्टॉप्स मी इज कि फाइनेंशियल एक चीज आ जाती है तो मेरा क्वेश्चन ये है कि इस केस में यूनिवर्सिटी मेरी कैसे हेल्प कर सकती है संस्था कैसे हेल्प कर सकता है
wants to know how SASTRA can help regarding his innovation.
Okay, so till the time you're not having the POC ready, there are no funds from RRU for SASTRA. Because the reason is because of that we are coming up with the AIC, that is Atal Innovation Cell, that can assist you in creating the POC or the prototype or the ideation level. But when you specifically talk about SASTRA, we're having mandate of not just funding, just to align you with the other agencies so that you can get funds. So it totally depends on the idea. What's the level of your idea? Is it still in the conceptualization mode, or like you just four friends sat on a drink and just having this particular idea in mind? That depends. So SASTRA and RRU is not mandatory to give funds as a grant, but for that we are having an AIC coming in. But if you have an idea conceptualized, you're having a POC ready and something constructive in your hand, either in the form of paper, we can align you with the people or the agencies who can assist you further in the funding. That's the financials. Yeah, please. I'd like to have some.
So that is as regards SASTRA is concerned. However, whatever your thoughts, your concept, and your process, the life of the same, whatever you have envisaged, the vision for this, please share it. And we, that is not SASTRA, RRU, will look at what possible funding can come through. So each school is enabled and empowered to fund innovations. So please do not just sit back and you have a thought. That is why I keep telling students, reach out. There will be a solution which you are not aware of. That is as far as RRU is concerned. I'll hand over to Professor Rao, who also has something.
When you're talking about drones, okay, in my institute, we have incubated one company, basically based on the drone. Both the guys are IIT CONCLAVE graduates. Okay. So there are a lot of drones are going here and there, you see and paper, here and there. There are many students, entrepreneurs, startup companies, they're working on drone. So this company, when we actually look at the USP of what they are doing, it actually carries 20-liter tank. Okay, it is basically meant for spraying fertilizers, pesticides in the agricultural field, right? So what does it does? We also have a GIS system in this. So first it scans the geography of that land. Okay, it also scans the distance between the lines, the crop lines. It also scans the height of the crop. And then it will, like the moment you give the command, so it is just like autonomous. You don't need to intervene. It will complete the task and will come and sit there. So that kind of inventions are there in drone. So if you are making something better than this, so you first have to search what is available in the market. See, there is a Google patent search. You all can search free of cost on Google patent. You will get basic information about, let's say you were talking about drone. What are the latest patents of filed and drone? So with that you will get the information that where you are. Whether the idea what you are talking about is already filed, then it is waste of investing your time, money, and everything. You move on to the next step to add to the existing patent. So you have to do that kind of background work, and then you come up with these are the things available in the market, these are the patents of filed. Mine is different from this, or mine is adding more value to the existing. Then there is a chance and there is a value creation. Definitely you will get support from like NRDC. There are other organizations also, but NRDC we are very much accessible. Dr. Sawa is here, so they will help you out. And of course, at the same time, you show that whatever you are going to do, it is going to create more value. Obviously, university will be very happy to fund it. Because it's also a kind of business at the university, right? So if something comes from this institute, which is going to solve the problem of millions, what else we need more than this? So I hope you will get a support. This
question was very specific.
As far as GIS is concerned, other than this thing is an umbrella organization called World Geospatial Consortium. They also have a section which deals with innovations and ideas. So go through that. You also find certain documents drafted by world-known mentors on certain development lines. Have a look, see, and then, as Sir said, if it is not there, please go ahead.
To answer your question, and the same goes for everybody else who's sitting out over here from the student community, the answer is yes. We will fund you. Okay.
I think we got one funding resource also, so we can consider Sir as angel investor. Yeah.
Your last question is
Yeah, please go ahead. It's Richa ma'am, I think. Yeah, Richa ma'am, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. This is Rashtriya Raksha Assistant Professor from School of RRU-SSIP. My question is to the panel, as we are discussing right now, that India has been, we can see that there is a rate of 5% in IPR, IP registrations. So I have seen in person, personally, around me, my friends, instead of doing a patent, Indian patent office, they are going for a German patent office or US patent office. So I want to know that how a country of SBI in India, how a government would help out the citizens and citizens of India, along with my students who register along them in the future, that how they can register and how a government will register, so that we can have one of our patent within our territory.
yeah. So, good question. So I think friends were going abroad to file their patent.
Sorry to interrupt you, sir. I myself have filed a patent in the German patent right now.
Yeah, that's what
That's the reason I am asking what India can do to stop this.
How much you have spent there?
So I got a drop of 15 to 20%.
How many dollars?
15 to 20%. They collaboratively development.
See,
So I guess in my hand, I spend around 15 to 20,000.
see, getting a patent in Indian office is very much less costly than anywhere else, right? The other thing is if you are going as an individual, okay, you are an individual. There is government of India, like in the form of NRDC, they will fund you completely. They will take care of filing your patent. And if you are from a corporate, so your corporate company will take care of it. We are from a government organization like, academic institutions like RRU. University will I mean, NRDC here also, NRDC will take care of filing it free of cost. Then I don't know why you have gone ahead of this, without.
Agree with that, but we can say that right now the persons are letting out the awareness about the person helping out. It's the reason whether it's a group or an individual that this organization should help them out.
And one more thing, when you have gone for filing a patent abroad, you are supposed to inform the Indian Patent Office. I think you might have done that. You have to inform. So that time itself, the Indian Patent Office might have told you that you can file here very much because it costs. I think the government fee is somewhere around less than 10,000, not more than. And you are well with drafting the clients. You can draft yourself. And only thing is you need a patent agent through whom you can file. Patent agent is the one who manages the complete patent, filing to grant to everything. But I mean, to come to the number of patent filing here in India. Last month we had an innovation, national innovation conference in Delhi, organized by Patent Office, Government of India. If you compare with US and China, I think Indian Patent Office has less than 1,000 examiners. Whereas China has 8,000 or something like that, 20,000 examiners. Here, there are a lot of backlogs are there. Number of patents are finished. Because you need an examiner to examine the patent, see the novelty, industrial application, non-obviousness, everything, right? Based on which the patent office grants you the patent. So now patent office already has taken, these guidelines. Minister was also there that day, the PS Goyal. So they are going to increase the number of examiners from, I think we have 1,000 to 5,000, something like that. And they are also going to, add more to the patent office. So obviously, one of the recent studies is by 2025 will be powered in China and USA in case of number of patent filed.
Sir, I will give my example because this might be one reason where you can see that the India Patent Office is getting the less application because we ourselves are patenting outside. So, according to from this platform, I just want to say that we should, as a India, we should increase some sources and resources where the persons can get to know that how to patent, where to patent, which organizations should help them, so that in India we could have a more innovative and patent-driven things within our territory.
That this point is right because that's the reason we are having this awareness conclave. We need to have such kind of conclave everywhere. And now I am telling you, filing patent in India, it is free of cost for you, for RRU, for all the academic institutions. You approach NRDC. I think NRDC are going to have MOU with RRU. Then the NRDC office will be there. Whosoever has any idea, it is go to them. It is not that anything will be filed. No, they will do analysis, they will do evaluation of that idea. Whether it is patentable, they will do a patent database search. That is called RRU. So in RRU, you found that it is novel. Then obviously they will spend money because it's all taxpayers' money, right?
So just for the clarity purposes, when I say when I was in Ministry of Education, we formulated one policy called Kalam Program for IP Literacy and Awareness. During that, we got the same case that you are saying. Whenever there is, like you said, how many applicants and applicants are there? 15. Right? So when there is a count of 15, certainly they will say India may nahi hoga, let's go for US and Germany. Because it's our mindset, right, sir? If I'm not wrong, if I have to get something, get it from US now. Get it from Dubai. It's getting changed. It is getting changed because of the policy formulation And these kind of initiative that Indian patent is doing good under the leadership of Dr. Oshnat Pandit. And I think now it's going better. 2 days back, the IP grievance platform was launched, isn't it, sir? Yeah.
We'll stop questions. We are running out of time.
Yeah. So
we are running out of time. You can take it offline.
Can I submit your written question?
Offline, we can submit.
sure.
Thank you, panelists. It was indeed a great and knowledge-enriched panel discussion that we witnessed. I'm sure it will definitely help all of us in understanding the exact importance of IPR in these times that are filled with ideas and innovations. On that note, I, Ms. Gautami Sangre, Project Officer, Security and Scientific Technical Research Association, SASTRA, would like to express my sincere gratitude to the Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Dr. Bimalan Patel, Pro Vice Chancellor Dr. Anand Kumar Tripathi, and the University Dean Dr. Akshat Mehta for making the one-day intellectual property right conclave on national security innovations possible and being a constant guiding beacon for Rashtriya Raksha University to hold such relevant and cross-cutting issues of IPR in the national security. Also, I would like to thank Colonel Nidhish Bhatnagar, Director, School of Information Technology, Artificial Intelligence and Cybersecurity, and Mr. Ajay Rajawat, Project Director, Directorate of Indigenization, Innovation and Startups for the smooth functioning of the conclave. Along with that, I would also like to convey my choicest gratitude to the panelists and discussants for throwing light and sharing their distinguished knowledge on the important topic related to IP rights in the domain of national security. I also thank all the faculty members and students of RRU for their presence at this conclave. It has truly been an honor to be amongst all the distinguished and accomplished dignitaries today. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Okay, can you have the next slide, please? Please.